Welcome to this edition of Between Fowler Interviews, and it's my pleasure to have here today Professor Molefi Kete Asante, one of the most prominent intellectuals of the 20th and 21st centuries. Is the chair of the Department of Africology at Temple University. He co-founded the Afrocentricity International, and at the moment is the president of the Molefi Kete Asante Institute. An extremely distinguished scholar, is voted as one of the best 10 cited scholars on African American studies, Black studies in general. His fame is transcontinental. He builds on the long tradition of pan-Africanist scholars dating back to William Biden, and is able to infuse scholarship with activism and with policy recommendations. He's an advocate of passing down Black knowledge from one generation to another, and he believes in the training of young men and women in terms of an Afrocentric scholarship, and is committed to honoring Black traditions. And he made a famous statement: if you attach yourself to the historical experiences of your people, you'll become a genius. Welcome, Professor Asante. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, Professor Falala. Thank you so much.
Let me ask the first question. What would you describe as your intellectual legacy?
Well, let me start by first of all acknowledging my ancestors. And let me say that I also honor the earliest names of the unknown, the names of Ra and the name of Amen in the ancient African tradition. My legacy, of course, is something that I cannot state. I can only say what perhaps I would like for it to be. And one of the things that I think is central is that I am in the process of developing an autobiography of a discipline and a field of study that will reorient African ways of looking at reality. That for 500 years, we have basically been dislocated, taken off of our own terms and put on the terms of Western Europe, or either on the terms of the Arab cultures. And we have, in that sense, lost a sense of direction as to what the fundamental African ideas are. And so part of my task, as I see it, is to at least reorient our thinking so that we can see ourselves as we ought to be seen. I think you are muted, Professor Falala. I hope I didn't say so much that you had nothing more to say. But
Thank you. It's my pleasure to invite Professor Crystal Temple, Professor of Africana Studies, very distinguished scholar, writing on Black literature, and very well trained. She's written a wide range of articles, including several books, among which are Transcendence and the Africana Literary Enterprise, Literary Pan-Africanism, and yes, she has a forthcoming book on Muhammad Ali. Essays and books have been very influential in shaping our knowledge of Black studies. Welcome, Professor Temple.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Falola. It is an honor to be here, and I see we have many guests, and it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you, Dr. Asante. And so Moving on from the first question, and in a literary sense, I had the pleasure of doing a book review of your memoir, As I Run Toward Africa. And so I'm hoping you can tell us a little more about why you wrote your memoir and what you wanted us to get from that.
Thank you very much for that question, Dr. Temple. Let me just start by saying that writing a memoir is a very difficult task because part of it is selective memory. And in selecting your memory, you are also indicating a position, or at least stating a direction. And I was moved by many things, but I think one of the things that was perhaps the greatest provocation was reading the memoir of one of my peers, Henry Louis Gates, called Colored People. And it struck me that this was really, for an African intellectual, a rather strange title for a book. So to show that in my own history, what I had been doing is running toward discovering as much as I could what are the basic elements in African culture, I named my book As I Run Toward Africa. I have not yet got there fully, but I am still on the way.
Professor Temple, we're waiting on you. Your next question, please. You are muted. You are muted. You are muted. We cannot hear you. We can hear you.
May I ask Professor Falala, maybe you can, as the host, unmute her.
Professor Asante, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I was trying to see who's the host. The host can unmute Dr. Temple.
It may not be from our end, okay. But I will check whether it's from our end. Meanwhile, let's continue with the interview while fixing the problem.
All right.
So what would you describe as your responses to the various criticisms directed at Afrocentricity, Afrocentrism?
Thank you very much for that question, because, of course, the criticisms started very early, since the 1980s, actually. The first book, Afrocentricity, was written in 1979, published in 1980, and has fortunately sold over 100,000 copies. And it has been now in 3 different editions. The criticisms are several. And I think that the first criticism that I think I received was a criticism from the Marxist, whose criticism had to do with the question of economics, that Afrocentricity did not adequately deal with the question of economics. And of course, my own response to that was that the initial work was a lover's book. It was not written as a text book, or nor was it written to and somehow explain every condition of the African world. It was to at least announce the importance of reinterpreting our reality in a way that we could view it from a position of being subjects of human history rather than being on the margins of Europe. And ultimately, of course, the answer to that question, as far as the Marxists were concerned, had to be based fundamentally on the concept of what I call African relationships, that African notions of economic relationships or productivity had a lot to do historically with the whole idea of relationships between people. It is what do I think of you, rather than in a material sense, what something costs or what the value of something is. The value of something is really based on the relationships that we have between people. So we've begun to do that by looking at the fundamental structures of African societies, you see. And then there were criticisms from the right, the conservatives. The criticisms from the conservatives had to do with the fact that they saw Afrocentricity as a Black nationalist ideology. Of course, Black nationalism is a factor in the American society, and it is certainly a factor in the African world. But Afrocentricity did not announce itself as Black nationalism. It announced itself as a cultural transformation. And as a cultural transformation, it was specifically speaking to how do you get Africans off of the mental and the intellectual plantation that we have been on since we have been in the Western world. That is the, whether we were colonized or whether we were enslaved, the fundamental structure of the West was imposed upon Africans. So how do we get ourselves out of that condition? And this is what Afrocentricity responded to. So I think that then, I mean, we've had from the right and from the left. We are okay. And Afrocentricity is growing internationally, so we don't have a real problem there.
Thank you. Let me tell you what is going on. Somebody, for reasons we do not know, disabled certain aspects of the Zoom. We're trying to fix it. We do not know whether it's deliberate sabotage or not. And that's what is happening that we're trying to figure out. It even removed our technical people. So something is going on that we have to find out whether, because it's not a technical error on our part.
Yes. We have had that before in our
Dr. Temple,
too.
Can you talk? You still cannot talk because you have somebody disabled you, and we do not know why and who did that. This is what is called Zoom bombing.
That's right.
In which somebody is trying to destroy this program for reasons that we do not know. But we will ask questions. You've written textbooks on Africa. What motivated you to do that?
Thank you very much for that question. Because as a child growing up in South Georgia in the United States, I never saw a textbook written by a Black person. And in fact, all the textbooks I had were written by whites. And of course, because I was in a racist society, the textbooks were racist. And it was my thought as a young person that eventually there would be some people who would write adequate books explaining not just the history of African people, but the values, the culture, the perspectives, the art, the intellectual philosophies, and the classical histories of Africa, that this would be something that had to be done. So I gave myself this task, and that task was brought upon, it was, in a sense, a response to what I had experienced as a student in early school, but also in the university. At the University of California, Los Angeles, I would go to the library and I would stay there almost all night, because that library was open at that time 24 hours. And you can go in the library and you can study and you can read. And I was amazed at the number of books that had been written in a negative way about Africa and about African people. It shocked me. I didn't realize that so many books, thousands of books, had been written speaking in negative terms about African history and culture. And I was preparing myself to at least take on all the challenges of African culture and African ways of seeing reality. And that's why I think that the early textbook, African American History, A Journey of Liberation, which was the first textbook written by an African American for high schools in the United States, was published in, I think, 1991. And it was a required textbook in about 400 schools. So that was the first textbook that I wrote. And then that book made several editions. And then the book Classical Africa was the second one. I had never seen the term classical and Africa in the same terminology. So Classical Africa was, of course, a shocker to many people in the school system, because in the university they had asked, well, there is no such thing as Classical Africa. What are you talking about? So to put those terms together and to write a textbook for actually what was called middle school, which became extremely very popular in middle school. It's still a popular book. It was also very, very important for me. Those were the early textbooks.
My sound is back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Asante, I'd like to follow up on this question. And so you've often said that the discipline will flourish significantly when we can document that we have written the textbooks to support the courses that will sustain the discipline. And so looking at the increase in textbooks since the earlier years of the pioneering the doctoral program to now, how would you assess the progress in this area? And are there any topics that are not adequately covered in the field that you think we should be looking toward?
I think that's a good question. I think that it's the success is moderate. It's not great. It is troubling, but I understand the reason for it. The reason for it is that in the discipline of Africology that we have, there are people in Africology who would prefer to be in some other discipline. And they have been trained in either sociology or political science or psychology, communication, linguistics, anthropology, and they have never committed discipline suicide from those fields. And consequently, they cannot write the textbooks that we need in Africology. They don't have the perspective or the understanding. That is the trouble. So what I have seen is that there are people who are trying to do that job, but it is slow, and it's slow because we are one of the few fields that really we have people in the field that wish they were in some other department, but those departments don't exist. I mean, this is one of the reasons we have, for example, people in Africology who are Marxists is because they can't find a Marxist department, but they can find Black studies. Or if we have people who want to be in queer studies, but they can't find a queer studies department, they're in Black studies. And we have welcomed those people because we say that's okay. We understand that that's an important aspect of what we study. But the problem with that is that those people, if they don't commit disciplined suicide from where they came from, they will never be able to adequately advance Africology.
And see, I hear you using the terms Black studies and Africology, not interchangeably, but we know the history of the discipline. Do you find it troubling, the trend now among younger scholars who've never walked through the E184s, 185s, and seen all the origin text from the discipline since about 1967, who have latched on to the phrasing of Black studies to believe that if they're doing a Black content from anywhere, that they are doing the equivalent work of what we're doing in standalone departments?
The answer to that, which is a hard question, but let me give you a simple answer if I can.
Sure.
Yes, I find it troubling. And the reason I find it troubling is because as a student, I was one of those students, members of the Harambe organization at UCLA that fought the university. Remember, this discipline is the only discipline in the American Academy that was started by students. It was not created by faculty members. It was not even created by people outside the university. It was the massive influx of African American students into the American Academy, where the students demanded of the university to have courses that spoke to the African culture and the African history. And that had never been done before. And the students wrote the syllabi. We wrote the syllabi at UCLA, 1,000-page syllabi, a book of syllabi, because what had happened was that the white professor said, well, there's no such thing as Black studies. It doesn't exist. Africa has never done anything anyway. There's no way that you can even have a history. How can you have a African studies or African American studies program or Black studies program when Black people have never achieved anything? So we had to, as students, we had to do what our ancestors did not have the opportunity to do. And we did it. And we did it in hundreds of universities. And consequently, now the empire has struck back. And the way the empire strikes back is to now create a cadre of African Americans and Africans in universities who have no attachment to the origin or the history of the field. And those people have now regenerated what we were fighting against in the first place. They have recreated the system that caused us to respond to it as being inadequate because it did not understand us. In other words, if you come out of anthropology or communication and you've been trained in white supremacist attitudes and theories, and now you're teaching in Africology simply because you are interested in the Black content matter, and you come into our department, you're going to bring those same theories and the same philosophies into our program. So what has had to happen was we've had to re-educate and retrain people as they are teaching in our programs. If you come to Temple, for example, at Temple University, which we always say is the citadel of Africology, if you come here and you don't come with an understanding of the perspective that we have, the students, the faculty won't have to do anything. The students will not allow you to teach. That you cannot come with a bad attitude about African culture or theories or anything like that if you don't understand African history, culture. If you don't know who Sheikh Anta Diop is, for example, you don't come here. This is not a department for you.
So
if you don't understand Kawaida or Maulana Karenga's contribution to African American philosophy, don't come here. That's not here. If you don't understand Nadav's ma'aticity, becoming a human, don't come here. If you don't understand crystal temples, Black mythology, don't come here. That's the way we put it. You have had, yes.
But if we're not at Temple, and I know scholars in the room can agree with this, if we're not at Temple, we're now drawn to the conflict that we are employees who have a job in university space, and then we're looking for something the equivalent of PASEP that you had to filter down this, to allow this knowledge that we want to generate to trickle to the community. And so I've considered if we're not at Temple, we then have jobs in these chaotic locations. What sense of hope do you offer for those of us not at Temple, where there's limited space?
Well, we have to always be in the process of making space. If you're not making space, you're losing. If you're not, as a department or as a group of scholars, if you're not advancing, you're not going anywhere. You have to be advancing all the time. I remember meeting Sheikh Anta Diop at his office at IFAN in Dakar, Senegal. And I remember I was so excited to see him, and because I had read his books, The African Origin of Civilization, The Cultural Unity of Black Africa, Civilization or Barbarism. Mm-hmm. And I rushed up to him when I had an opportunity to. They introduced me. They escorted me to his office, and I met the great man. And I said, Professor Diop, I would like to be like you. I want to defend Africa. And he looked at me and he said, young man, Africa needs no defense. He says, what you have to do is to advance on every level, everywhere you advance. Because if you stop and defend, you will be defending every day. So we don't defend. We seek space. We have to seek space, because the university will not allow you to just exist without that assertion. You have to exist with assertion. So we assert, and we have been very successful in many universities in asserting. The problem is that if you get a department of people who have no understanding, no appreciation for the African perspective on anything, and they are occupied departments that are called departments of Africana studies or African diaspora studies or Black studies or African American studies, and they're in these departments and they don't understand the discipline, they will not advance. In fact, they will isolate themselves from the students, because the students in the universities where they are, these particularly African American students who have fought these struggles for decades, they recognize that this is inauthentic. And if it's inauthentic, they will not be attracted to it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asante. I know we're going to shift to the next interviewer, which I think is Dr. Coker, but I defer to Dr. Falola for that.
No, but please go ahead, because we'll give you the time you've lost. Please ask your questions. And we fixed the problem. We were Zoom bombed, or we fixed the problem. We were Zoom bombed not to allow people in. So, but the technical people have fixed the problem. So please ask your question.
Okay, I just have one more question, and it's a shift away from. Oh, thank you. I wasn't expecting this problem. Okay, thank you. I have one more question, and it's a shift away from curriculum for the moment, but I'm sure we may revisit that in a moment. My question is about ancestry DNA, and even the shock of having my own parents take it and discovering that my father is 67% Nigerian, and then just really being mad at enslavement, to say, look at what the two generations before him were manifesting physically, but we did not know. What is your sense on ancestry DNA, its possibilities, its usages in the broad Africological project with respect to the liberation, the growth, the expansion, pan-Africanism, and so forth? That's a lot. An active sense of how do we use this? Wow.
Well, here's the way I put it. I put it that we are all Homo sapiens, and in fact, we're all Africans in one sense, in the sense that the origin of Homo sapiens is on the continent of Africa. The problem for those of us in the diaspora of Africa is that we were taken from the continent, and in the case of the Africans in South America and North America, more than 250 African ethnic groups were brought from the continent to these two continents and the Caribbean. And in these continents, we were, of course, integrated with different ethnic groups of Africans, as well as native people, indigenous people, and Europeans. And so the ancestral DNA studies that have been done, that we do, are often useful to a degree. And I say to a degree because ultimately the fundamental issue is not so much about your DNA, but about your culture. So take, for example, in my case, to give you one case, in 1972, I went to Africa for the first time, the continent of Africa for the first time. And I visited 6 countries, Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania. And when I got to Ghana, I had published a book called The Rhetoric of Black Revolution. And just by asking the librarian at Legon if they had the book, he came back, he said, yes, we have the book. He says, but when we saw the book, we thought that the person was a European because of the name. And that is when, for me, it was one of those moments that's like, whoa, I mean, this is crazy. Why do you think that? You know, how do you? And the guy said, because Africans don't have names like you had, right? So then it's at that period that I went to Kumasi. And I met one of the great kings, Nana Opoku Wari II. And Opoku Wari II asked me, what day are you born on? And I gave him my birthday. And he said, well, then your name should be Kofi. And then he said, because you love music and the royal dance so much, your name should be Kete. And then he said, because you have a common European name, I'm going to give you a common African name for Ghana, Asante. So I became Kofi Kete Asante. And then a year later, I renamed myself Molefi because of the solidarity with the struggle of the ANC in South Africa. I took a Sotho name. And I said, I want to have the consolidation of the East and the West. But then a few years, maybe 20 years ago, I took the same test you took, or your parents took, the DNA test. And the DNA test came back and said, you are Yoruba on your father's side, and you are Sudanese, Nubian on your mother's side. So now, what does that mean to me? Well, as far as the Sudanese side, I don't know anything about that. I don't feel much about that except the history. But as far as the Yoruba side, I just had to go, of course, and be initiated. So I'm initiated, my head is Obatala. So I went to do that. I used to have my elections and so forth. So what does the meaning of all this? The meaning of all of this is the culture that I live is an African culture, as an African. And I don't I don't say that I'm this or that in any real sense, except to say that wherever I am on the African continent, I'm claimed. When I'm with the Igbo people, they claim me. They say, you look like an Igbo person. You're an Igbo. So, in fact, there's an Igbo shaking his head. I can see it. Emeka says, no, they got you mixed up. You're not from Yoruba. You're from Igbo. So all of this is important only in the sense that it shows that the African in the diaspora is a mixture of all African people on the continent. And that's probably one of the reasons that we claim this notion of to say I'm African rather than to say I'm of a particular ethnic group and so forth, you see.
Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful response. I wish more people could hear it because I'm so tired of reading about the scholars who write about the imaginary, how for people are just making it up and then they attempt to discredit that when it's more about a cultural freedom, inclusivity, and this mixture. Okay, well, that ends my questions for now, and I'm going to pass it to the next interview.
Thank you very much, Professor Temple.
You're welcome.
And for those of you whose friends are not able to join, do please send them a text that they can now join. We fix the problem. Somebody messed up with the system, Zoom bombing to prevent people from entering. I haven't tried my friends to check, and we confirmed that this was deliberate. It was an attack on us, but we've been able to fix the problem for now. Thank you very much. May I ask you one or two questions before I call in the next person?
Yes.
So today, the most popular term is decolonial. Decolonial. How does Afrocentricity relate to this new emerging concept?
Well, I think that there is some relationship, but I would like perhaps to give you a prologue here. Afrocentrists have a problem, at least I, as one of the Afrocentrists, I have a problem with making Europe the center of African history. That is colonial, whether it is pre-colonial, post-colonial, decolonial, that's problematic for me. But I understand the way the term is used in terms of decoloniality. And so I can speak to that and say that there is some relationship that we can have. Perhaps in my judgment, the person that I really read most on this is Sabelo Idolovu Gatsheni, who was a professor at UNISA, but now is in Germany at the University of Beirut. Sabelo is very clear in his understanding of decoloniality, and he takes some direction from people like Mignola and Grossfugel, in which they argue, the position they argue is that decolonization is one task for the colonial situations in Africa and South America and Asia, that you can decolonize in a political sense, but you have in the aftermath of the decolonization, you still have the vestiges of colonization that are either intellectual or symbolic or communicative. And so those vestiges have to also be attacked. And so that they do not call decolonization, they call decoloniality. So that is the way that's structured. So it's nuanced in some senses, because before we were just saying, you got to decolonize, decolonize, decolonize. That was a big thing. So they said, well, you can decolonize, but you still have the aftermath of the decolonizing process. The Afrocentrist takes this a little further, and I think this is why Afrocentricity makes a stronger case. The Afrocentrist says, okay, so now that you have tackled, let me just give an example. Now that you have taken down the statue of Cecil John Rhodes, what do you put in its place? Or do you put anything in its place? Or what do you, as an African, have to offer? That's the Afrocentric question. So the Afrocentric assertion is, okay, it is not just the destruction of Europe, it is the assertion of Africa. And where is it? Why don't I find it in the universities in Africa? Why do I go to an African university and go to the philosophy department and I do not find Mafeji? You know, I do not find in the African history departments Ajayi, or why do I don't find Boniface Obicheri, my teacher, or Mazizi Kunene, my teacher? Why is Sheikh Anta Diop not there? You see, these are the questions that have to be dealt with, and the Afrocentrists, I think, we understand that we're not just about destroying or deconstructing, we're about reconstruction or construction.
Very much. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to call on Professor Rabaka to interview Professor Asante. He is the founder and director of the Center for African and African American Studies, University of Colorado Boulder, where he is also a professor of African American and Caribbean Studies. Published very widely, trailing Professor Asante in the trail with 15 books, close to 100 scholarly essays. Among his popular books, Africana Critical Theory,
thank you,
another book on Frantz Fanon, Concepts of Cabral, and some other issues around race, politics, and the future of Black people. He's received very numerous honors and awards from the National Science Foundation, National Museum of African American History. Welcome, Professor Rabaka. Please
Thank you so much.
Do your interview.
Thank you so much for having me here, Dr. Falola. Dr. Asante, how you doing?
Hey, it's good to see you, Professor Rabaka.
It's always good to see you.
I'm following you closely.
Listen, I want to ask you first with this initial question. When did you first realize your affinity to African culture? You talked about growing up in Valdosta, Georgia. And for some people, you know, you and I have talked about this before, that's going to seem unusual. But could you just share with our audience, when did you first realize your affinity to African culture?
I probably recognize that probably in the early 60s when I met the first person I'd ever met from the continent of Africa, who was a man by the name of Essien Essien. And Essien Essien and I were students together. And it was through him that I eventually met Essien Udum, who was a great historian in the 60s, who actually had written on the Nation of Islam. That was his doctoral dissertation. And later on, I met him in Nigeria as well. But it's through Essien that I had developed that affinity, and I never lost it. I mean, I became deeper and deeper into it, and of course, that is so. I think that is the answer to that. That is, and of course, I had read Achebe probably around the same time. Things Fall Apart. I mean, we all have to read that. I identified with the distress of Okonkwo, particularly in his activities of what he was trying to do to prevent European colonialism from taking over the village, so I think that's I think Achebe was probably, as a writer, was the first person that I was introduced to.
This is really fascinating response, because a lot of us end up feeling tight that we go all the way through kindergarten and graduate high school, and we never really get any African American studies, any African studies or anything. So I think it's very healing, maybe helpful to hear that, you know, again, you were able to go through that, but you begin the process of evolution. And one of the things that you taught me was this whole notion of a double duty, that you have to sometimes develop your own curriculum. And now, of course, we have African studies that is helping people.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a framework, even more of a framework now than what you had back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, that's a very, very powerful share. So the next question, I think that you've already sort of tagged onto it, was I wanted to ask, what was the first book by continental or diasporan African that you read, and how did it impact your intellectual evolution?
Well, thank you very much for that question, because actually I did something that I didn't know it was natural at the time. I didn't know, I mean, we could look back with hindsight and say, wow, that was really something that you were doing that. But I read Achebe. I also was introduced, I don't know whether it was in the late 60s, to the Heinemann series. And the Heinemann series, in fact, I still have, I think, unless my son, M.K. Asante, has them, because he took a lot of books from our library. and if he's on, I mean, I'm sorry, I just had to say that. But he had he got my whole series of the Heinemanns. The Heinemann series included Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whom I met and entertained here at Temple University, and also Wale Soyinka. All these, there were Ama Adu, many of the great classical revolutionary thinkers of Africa. I mean, Heinemann published these people and really did not devote much to their royalties, in my judgment. Many of them should have received far more money than they received from Heinemann. But that was a good series in the sense that they did publish the early African writers, and I was able to collect those. Many of those writers, Cameron, Dudu, many of them over the years, and to read them. So that was sort of a good background. And then once I saw Wale Soyinka's Death and the King's Horseman, I was pretty much won over that there was something deeper in African culture that we had lost in the U.S. and in the Caribbean that we really needed to regain.
Dr. Son, I know this is not on the list, but your response is making me curious. So, who were some of the first African American writers then that you engaged, that you came across?
Well, Langston Hughes, of course, was my first. You know, I came across Langston Hughes and certainly enjoyed Simple and
Just to be simple.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just be simple.
I got all of that downstairs.
and then I read with great anxiety Richard Wright.
Okay.
Of course, Bigger Thomas became a very big factor in that. And early on, I had read the poetry of Paul Laurence Dunbar because, of course, when Melinda sings, I mean, we certainly were introduced to that. And then later on, of course, I've always thought in the American context that the greatest novelists in this country have always been African Americans. And Toni Morrison is certainly by far the greatest novelist this country has ever produced. But she is following, a tradition of Ralph Ellison, of James Baldwin,
Zora Neale Hurston.
There are many. I mean, and certainly you can name 30 or 40 really significant people, and some of them have sort of like disappeared. I mean, we're sort of on a side here, but somebody like Frank Yerby, who wrote many books, right, but who many people don't even claim to be African because his books were not about Africa necessarily, except perhaps one, the Dahomean. But so there were many writers. I mean, I'm deeply influenced by the literary people, and I have a great respect for them because I believe that it is one of the hardest disciplines hardest genres to master is the fictional genre. I've tried and lost.
Listen, I want to keep this theme going. So the next question is, when did you discover you wanted to be an intellectual and a writer? I remember first coming to Temple University and talking to you how, they wasn't raising us up to be intellectuals. They wanted us to have a wicked jump shot, to be able to play basketball or to throw a football or to rap or sing or something like. And again, I love all of that, by the way, because I love the fullness of our culture. But I'm saying, though, being an intellectual, being a Black intellectual, being an African intellectual it's almost unusual in a very anti-Black racist society. When did you discover you wanted to be an intellectual and a writer?
I read everything when I was I think it's probably during my last couple of years in college, and then before I went to graduate school. I was a seeker, basically, a searcher. I was looking for many things, and I was reading everything and trying certainly to discover what's out there. And certainly after being introduced to Sheikh Anta Diop, I read everything that I could by him. And I began to follow many aspects of the African tradition. But I think it was college that was where I first got this idea that I didn't want to be a basketball player.
LeBron, Michael Jordan.
Because I was too short. I was fast.
Both of us, brother.
I was fast, but I was too short. So I couldn't go there. I didn't want to be a preacher anymore, as I had been when I was like 11 or 12.
Amen.
So I couldn't do that anymore. The church kicked me out of the church, so I couldn't.
Me too. That's why I'm here with you on the Sunday morning. That's why I'm here with you on the Sunday.
So I was basically out there where I had to become sort of a thinker and to take on many other issues, and that's what I did, and I was very much happy with that choice.
Okay, Dr. Asante. So again, this is all thematic. So leading into that, we've got some background now. I've got to ask you a question. Nobody's going to believe that we are interviewing Molefi Kete Asante if we don't ask this question right here. What is Afrocentricity? I know, but I'm just saying for the whole world, and I got some follow-up questions, but I just want to keep it simple because a lot of people get it twisted. And if you could just tell your intellectual community, what is Afrocentricity? And I mean, how would you define it right here, right now in 2021?
Afrocentricity is a quality of thought that allows any person, actually, to look at and examine African phenomena from the standpoint of African people, African culture, African values, and as engaged in the centrality of our own narratives. That is what Afrocentricity is. So it is not anti this person or anti that person. It is not Africanity, which is what kind of clothes you wear, or how you do your hair, or what kind of fashions you have. What you eat. Many times Afrocentrists are people who express Africanity, but Afrocentricity is a far more self-conscious reaction to phenomena than just a habitual or organic Africanity.
Very, very powerful. So the follow-up questions, the sub-questions here are, what is the relationship between Afrocentricity and pan-Africanism, or Afrocentricity and the Harlem Renaissance, Afrocentricity and Civil Rights Movement?
I don't think you can have pan-Africanism as a philosophy without having its core be Afrocentric. This is a debate, as you know, in one of my recent books is called Afrocentric Pan-Africanism. And the idea for it is because as I read Pan-African studies, what I saw was that Pan-African studies largely was a slogan, but that it had no meat inside of it as to what then must people do, or what must people think to be Pan-African. To be Pan-African is not simply an aggregation of people who believe that Africa should be one. It has to ride on something. And what is the philosophy upon which it rides? What is the core? And the general understanding of it was that the core of Pan-Africanism had to be socialist. And that was the thing that it rode on for a long time. And the reason it rode on it, I understood and understand. The reason was because Western capitalism was such a rotten system, and it had treated Black people so badly that many of the early political thinkers in the African world said there must be an alternative to capitalism. And the alternative to capitalism, as they saw it, was socialism. The problem, of course, is that they did not interrogate African culture itself. And that is, there's a reason for that as well. And I read this by rereading Kwame Nkrumah and George Padmore. Padmore had more influence on Pan-Africanism than people realize. And I don't think that, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think I've read more Padmore than anybody. And because I was deeply interested in the whole question of the 1945 Manchester Congress.
Yes.
And that Congress was the one that, in one sense, jump-started the movement toward the liberation of Africa. And it jump-started the civil rights movement in many ways, because the people who came out of the Manchester Congress went back to their places and began to agitate in many ways. But the influence of Padmore was this, that Padmore had come from Trinidad to Washington when he was in his early 20s. He was here for about 2 years before, maybe not even 2 years, before he became a part of the Communist Party in Washington. And he became a part of the Communist Party, and the communists saw him as so bright and so intelligent that what they did, and I can discuss this, I can see that, I just see online here that I have a couple of my friends who are on here on this program, which is really good. I have a good friend, Dmitry Bondarenko, who is from Moscow, and Nadia Hohokova, who are both who've written stuff that I've often used. Bondarenko, particularly in terms of its relationship of Africans from the continent and African Americans, and Hohokova, Nadia, on her work on Afrocentricity in Moscow. So I have seen that they're here, but they can probably, write about this later on. But George Padmore was taken to Moscow. He went to Moscow, and he became a very important factor in Moscow in propaganda to the African world. He was the chief propagandist for Africa and for African people. And then he moved around to Germany, different places. So by 1945, when the Manchester Congress happened in England, George Padmore was much more significant than Kwame Nkrumah, who was sent to Manchester with the idea that he should work with Padmore. And when he got there, of course, Padmore, I think, had a bigger influence than even the old man, Du Bois, because Padmore was the driving force for that Pan-African Congress. So all I'm saying in short form is that's why so many African leaders went with socialism. It was two reasons. One, it was the rejection of capitalism, and two, the force of the personality of George Padmore. But they never interrogated themselves. So okay, Jomo Kenyatta wrote Facing Mount Kenya,
right,
a very powerful book, but he never, I mean, that was not brought out as to what it would mean to have an Pan-Africanism based on African values and African culture. So that's why I argue that Afrocentricity is extremely important to have a Pan-Africanism that works. If we could get all the African people who are going to be involved in Pan-Africanism to say that the centrality of the African subject has to be forever at the center of all of our actions, what is in the best interest of Africa? What did Africans say? What do Africans think? What are African values? This is we've never interrogated that. And our philosophers have never interrogated it. In fact, most of our philosophers, with a rare exception of a Maulana Karenga or sometimes a Lewis Gordon, with a rare exception of a few people, we have not had an interrogation of African values, you see? And to me, I think that's incredibly important.
This is really powerful. So here's the theory question then going in, you're discussing philosophy. So the question is, could you discuss the value of Afrocentric scholars creating theories and combating the long-standing Eurocentric tendency to always view Black theories as derivative of white theories?
Oh, that's a powerful question.
Well, that was my dissertation. Remember, you're my dissertation director, so that's what we did in my dissertation.
I think I must have said, but I must have said that to you then as well.
Go ahead,
it's a powerful question, but it's a serious question. But the question is derived from the fact that we are seen, and we have seen ourselves, again, to quote Nadav, as being on a derivatives on this racial ladder, this hierarchy. And this hierarchy that was basically has been in place, was elevated by Europeans, but was in place a long time ago. I mean, the laws of Manu put it in place. The Hebrew texts put it in place with Shem, Ham, and Japhet. The Muslims put it in place with the Abd and Abduls and all that. This whole notion of racial hierarchy and stratification, so that the notion that European culture, Northern and Western European culture, is at the top of this racial ladder, and everybody else is down below. It adds not just to the hierarchy, but it adds to the patriarchy in Western society, you see? Because basically what happens is that the Black woman becomes at the bottom. Is not just so you got patriarchy and you got hierarchy based on this notion, this racial ladder, where you can come down all the way down from white down to Black people or indigenous people and so on. That's an imaginary ladder, by the way. It doesn't exist in reality. It's in the minds of white people, but it's also in our minds. And that's where that's where the construction comes from when you start talking about Black theorists. They say, oh no, but you cannot be a Black, there is no such thing as a Black theorist. You know, a Black theorist, you have to be Hegelian. You have to have got some from Hegel. You have to have got something from Voltaire. You know, if you haven't got anything from the Europeans, then there is nothing to you, you see? And that has affected Europe It's affected America. It's affected South America, North America, South America, the Caribbean, Asia. It's Africa. So you go to African universities, and no African university highlights African philosophers. Not one. You can't name one. And the reason for it is because the African universities are very much dominated by this notion that all theory must be derivative of Europe. Whether it is Marxist theory or capitalist theory, doesn't matter. If a European didn't say it, it didn't exist. Doesn't exist, you see? That's crazy. That's totally insane. If we cannot live like that, that's domination. Am I against domination? Forever. And Afrocentricity is also a critique of domination. Any kind of domination, all oppression is wrong, you see. So, and I've been taught that by the people who taught me. Abdias do Nascimento, the great Afro-Brazilian scholar, you see, Sheikh Anta Diop. They taught me these things. This is what they understood. And I've been encouraged by listening to all of my teachers, to Chinweizu, that a lot of people want to criticize. But Chinweizu has been right on so many things. Kabuma Langmia, George Yancey, Lewis Gordon. These are the philosophers that I listen to and that I interact with. I mean, because a lot of, most people have no historical knowledge. And secondly, most African intellectuals are running away from Africa. They don't want to run toward Africa. They want, man, let me get as far away as I can from here, you see? And that's unfortunate. And that's why we need more theorists. And Joyce King, who is a professor at Georgia State University, is one of the most brilliant thinkers, theorists that's going. She's doing theory. Dr. Amamazama has done theory. These are women who have done theory, and many times they're not respected or not recognized by a lot of people. But it's important for us as intellectuals in the world to at least put Africa on the table so we can have a discussion among all cultures. It's not that Africa wants to dominate anybody, but you gotta put the African people, you gotta ask the question. If you're talking about European Middle Ages, you have to ask the question, well, what were Africans doing in the 14th century? You got the question that has to be raised, but you don't raise it normally because you assume that there was nothing going on in Africa, you see? You can't do that. Everything that happened in the United States of America, where I live, everything that happens here, Africans have been involved at every level, even to Kismakia Corbett leading the discovery of how to develop Moderna, the vaccine. Even to the black woman who just came back out of space, who was the commander of that ship that landed yesterday. You know, even the Nigerian Oyema, who was involved in the Pfizer drug production. You see, the black people have been involved in everything from the very beginning in this country. And yet you can have an American history that does not say a word about black people. How can you do that? You can only do that if you have a racist mentality. And if you have a racist mentality, you never see black people. And yet in everything, even things that are bad, you know, even things that are bad, like the killing of the Native Americans, the Buffalo Soldiers, the black soldiers, the courageous black soldiers that sometimes we highlight. They were killing natives, but they were involved in the expansion of the territory of the United States. So I'm just saying that all when you ask a question, you have to ask the question, what role did Africans play? And what role can Africans play in Africa's development and the development of the African continent? These are fundamental things. You don't have to ask Europe anything. Africa has everything it needs, has all the people it needs, has all the intellectuals it needs. Don't have to ask the Chinese anything, not a word. We can build our own roads. Can you believe Africans can't build their own roads? Now you know that's not true. So then what's the problem? The problem is a racial ladder, the concept of the hierarchy. And that hierarchy has become a part of our illusion and delusion. I'm sorry it takes so long to answer your question, Professor Rabaka.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Again, I think that this is a rich dialogue in everything. Now, I was going to ask you some questions. I don't know if we should wrap it up, but I was going to ask you some questions about your research.
Go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay. So I was going to ask you some questions about your research method and your writing process. There are a lot of people like me who sort of geek out, to learn how other people produce and are able to be productive. So maybe this is just a geeky question coming from me, but so Dr. Asante, could you describe your research method? How do you go about researching all of these books? And then the complementary question is, could you describe your writing process? So first I want to deal with research methods though.
Okay, well, I'm smiling because I'm thinking of Professor Falala, who has over 125 books, and I'm just saying, well, I'm really trying to follow him, and chase his method. My methods are basically critical and narrative, and here's what I mean. I am, and I'm confessing, I am great at polemics. I love criticizing. I am good at it. That is my best method. If you write a book, you don't want me to review it. That is the thing. So my best method is to take down the irrational argumentation of other writers. That is one of my best methods. So I'm good at that. The second thing in terms of my method is that I am, in a sense, a person who deals much more with induction than deduction. So I do collect lots of materials from everywhere. I'm eclectic in that sense. I see myself like Sheikh Anta Diop in that sense. And I read physics. I'm into astronomy. I'm very much, my wife Anna can tell you that I read everything. I'm going back to read. This is part of just the way I think. I mean, I said to myself, I need to finish some writing, and I'm doing some writing, but I got to go back and read Trotsky's The Russian Revolution. So that's what I'm reading now.
Leon Trotsky.
Of course.
Leon Trotsky.
Yeah, of course. I'm reading Trotsky. I'm reading Trotsky's Russian Revolution, and years ago I was introduced to it in college and so. But I said, let me go back and read this book and in translation. I'm not reading it in Russian. I'm reading it in translation. I wish I could read it in Russian. But it's extremely important to read everything, to know as much. And that way it allows me, as I write, to use different pieces from different places and to show how to build a robust structure around things. And that has helped me greatly. And I am helped in that, I believe, by the work of the people that have been influential in my own life. And I appreciate them very much. That is
so your writing process.
Yeah.
So your
Now the writing process is again is very different from probably most people. I don't have a regular time. I write every day, but somewhere, anywhere. It doesn't matter. You know, we're going to finish here soon. I hope. No, we're going to finish here. We're going to finish here, and I'm going to write. That's it. It's not like I have to write, you know, from 5 to 7 in the morning, or from, you know, 10 at night to 1 in the morning. No, I can sometimes write all night. And sometimes I write early in the morning. So it's when you have time. And because you have to do other things. People have lives, you know, other than writing. So, I mean, I guess one could write all the time in my case, but I will finish the 2 or 3 books I'm writing now, and then we will go from there.
Okay, last question. Dr. Asante, you've already reflected a bit. So the last question, as you know, was on your legacy. And Dr. Falola started out by asking you about your legacy. But as somebody that has been able to bear witness to your evolution, at least over the last 25 years, I've always been struck by the level of intellectual independence that you have. And again, I would characterize you intellectually eclectic. You yourself just use it, so don't get mad at me, but you can be a little eclectic with it. So could you just reflect, at least bearing that in mind, at least that's my assessment out of working with you for the last 25 years, but a level of intellectual independence, and why is that so important for you to share with, you know, the next generation that, again, you've overseen 190 or almost 200 PhD dissertations. So could you reflect on your level of intellectual independence, the meaning of it, and why it's so important for you to share that with your students and with the world?
Well, I can share it with you, but sincerely, I wish for other people the same independence. But I know that in my case, it's unusual, and it's unique. And the uniqueness of it comes from the fact that I was a full professor at the age of 30. Which meant that I didn't worry very much about what other people would say. I wasn't being promoted. I had no interest in saying something, keeping, you know, I was not being put on any kind of corporation boards or anything like that. I didn't have those desires. I didn't even have the desire to necessarily do anything except to be able to be free to write, and that was and that has always been my joy. I didn't search for major grants from corporations to support my research, and no, I didn't want to be no attachments like that. Well, of course, there are things that happen to you if you don't want those things. But it's okay because you do have freedom. You see what I'm saying? So, but the thing is that it has allowed me to have a good vision about what I need to do, and that is that, you know, I don't necessarily have to run after any promotion or anything. I'm basically taken care of by the people who understand what I'm doing. I want to give some credit to one of the great vice chancellors, Manla Makanya, who was vice chancellor at UNISA. What he did was something that was remarkable, and was one of the best things that ever happened to me. In 2018, Manla invited me to UNISA to speak to all of his faculties at the University of South Africa. And this was about 600 or 700 faculty members from College of Agriculture, College of Law, the sciences, the social sciences. And I would speak each day to all of them, maybe for 2 hours. each college. And I thought about it. And he said, I want you to talk about Afrocentric theory, because part of what we need is for our people to start interrogating African culture. And, you know, we got all these scholars here, but they've been to Europe, they've been to China, they come back with their own theories, but they don't know their own villages. They don't know their own history and culture, their own people. So that's what I talked to them about. It was the most powerful week I have ever had intellectually anywhere in the world. Wow. And that's being with the faculty at UNISA for that period of time. And that's where I met Sabelo. And it was just a unique experience. And I came back and I said that there are over 100 African American colleges in the United States of America. I have never been asked as a theorist to go to a HBCU and talk to the faculty about how to reorient their thinking so that they interrogate the experiences of African people. So that to me is part of the freedom that has been given to me by others, and particularly in the case of Manla. And I just I just publicly wanted to thank him for the courage that he took to say, you know what, we had a revolution. We fought here for our independence in South Africa and our freedom, and the ANC led this powerful movement. But now, as Thabo Mbeki used to say, we need an ideology. We need an ideological position. And an ideological position is necessary on the African continent, because Africa has it has ideas and values, but no African nation expresses an African ideology. The West does. Every country in the West has an ideological position and framework. And our positions have always been, in many senses, derivatives, and that's a problem. And to me, that's problematic. So yeah, I'm free to think and to write on these issues, and that's what I do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rabaka, for this great moment, and thank you for the answers. Before we move forward to Professor Niyikoka, I want to do a few things. I'm very grateful to this powerful audience. Once again, we fixed the initial problem in which we were attacked. They removed our technical people, and that gave us some trouble. Let me recognize a few people here, very powerful. We have Kayede from Canada, who has been involved in 2 major prizes, 2 books that won the best prizes on poetry. Professor Oladejo from Lincoln and Oshogbo, who has written a memoir and follows everything you've written. Professor Jide Raji from the University of Ibadan, a poet of great distinction, who is on the run for becoming the Vice Chancellor there. Professor Adam Meyer from Hungary, Amma Mazama, distinguished scholar, Salawu. I'm not going to Sanya Osha from University of Cape Town. Thanks for being here. Alison, welcome. Many of you, I'm not going to be able to mention many names, but just to recognize Cornelius Hamburg from Sweden, Professor Imiagwali from Central Connecticut. I can recognize you as well. Professor Sakufio from Wick Salem. Paul, 3 newspaper editors are here. Paul is one of them. Thanks for coming. Udutola, the linguist from Florida. I can recognize you as a dean of at Babcock. Sajis, professor of human rights. South Africa, Professor Obadiah, who coordinates Black studies and Black students in Seattle area. Thank you for being here. We have Olisa Mojama from the University of Ibadan. You're welcome. If I don't mention your name, the idea is not to mention everybody. You have to forgive me. Pamela Reed, thank you. John Ayotunde, Jaman Anikulapo, the right-hand man of Professor Wole Soyinka, who is also who owns his own newspaper, is here with us. Frederick, Keke Reginald, thank you very much. Abiodun Bello, we have Olorun Toba Ojo, a dramatist from Nigeria, Victor Kafo, Lorenzo Bogu, distinguished philosopher from the University of Abuja. I recognize you, thank you. David Agum and Koka, Nash Dove of Uyi from Canada, Professor Ademola da Silva, George Yancey that you mentioned a moment ago is here. Alisa, Meka, thank you all for coming. Professor Taiwo, you all are good for being here. Thank you. I want to ask you one or two questions on Africa. You mentioned the issue of value, but how do you read contemporary African scholarship?
I appreciate that question, and I figured that somebody would get around to asking me that question. I find that contemporary African scholarship, in some cases, advances an African view, but in other cases, we are imitative. And I don't think that imitation is necessarily bad always, but it doesn't necessarily advance our own understanding of ourselves. You see, the past is remembered for the future. The futurity is represented in the present by us remembering the past. And I don't necessarily see linkages, intellectual linkages, you see? I mean, if you read the poetry of Mzizi Kunene, the great poet, in my judgment, along with Atukwe Okai of Africa, these are some of the greatest poets of all times. I mean, if you read the poetry, the question is, can we find in literary traditions of Africa the interconnectedness between poets as one example? Or if we are talking politics, and our politics does not go back to the Nile Valley civilizations where we laid the very foundations of the nation. The first nation in the world was Kemet. There was no nation before Kemet. Kemet basically organized 42 different ethnic groups, Sipats, brought those 42 groups together into one polity. And it lasted for generations. I mean, for thousands, not just hundreds of years, thousands of years. Don't we learn something from that? Don't we learn something by understanding the traditions that are representative of our scientific approaches, not just to medicine, but to human relationships? So now, do I find this in some of the scholarship? Yes, I do. And people ask then, well, what kind of where do we find African writers who are writing like this? Well, I must tell you that next to Cheikh Anta Diop, on the African continent, the person who had big influence on me was Joseph Kizerbo. And most people don't know Kizerbo's name, but Kizerbo was the first African to attempt to write a history of the continent of Africa. And I went to see him before he died. I went to Ouagadougou to meet this great man. And when I met him, and he came out to hear me lecture, and then had a reception at his home, and I told him that I was writing the history of Africa, and he said basically this to me, because I had his book, and that's why I went to see him. He said he wanted to write a history of the whole continent of Africa. But the publishers in France wanted him to write the history of Black Africa. And I told him, I'm not doing that. I'm writing a history of the entire continent. There is no Black Africa. All Africa is Black. If somebody is in Africa and they are not Black, that means they came from somewhere else in a recent time. I'm sorry, we all Africans in the sense that Homo sapiens started in Africa, but in the sense that if you're talking the last 400 or 500 years, if you see people in Africa who are not Black, then those people are either, as John Henry Clark would say, they're invaders, or they're the sons or daughters of invaders. So who are these people that you are talking about? And so they wouldn't allow, the publisher says, no, you can't do that. So I said, I will do it. I will write a history. I will not separate Kemet from the rest of Africa. You can't do it. And Sheikh Anta Diop had said that. You cannot write a history of Africa that does not include the Nile Valley civilizations. If you do, you will not understand libation in Yoruba. You will not understand burial. You will not understand fertility. You will not understand kinship. You will not understand anything about Africa if you don't understand its classical relationship. Egypt and Nubia are to Africa as Greece and Rome are to Europe, and China and India are to Asia. If you try to separate you're going to write the history of Burkina Faso and not relate it to classical Africa, you can't do it. It will not happen. That is the problem with scholarship in Africa, is that people have rejected, or some people have rejected, the major commentary made by Diop. And every time when I read Africa, when I read European history and European studies, whether it's politics or theater, Europe always starts with Greeks. The Greeks, everything. The Greeks did everything. There's no, you can't even study, if you study Russian, everybody start with the Greeks. Greek alphabets or Greek sum. Greeks did everything. Wait a minute, what are the Europeans doing? They're saying to you that this is a genealogy. This is an intellectual genealogy. What does Africa do? Africa then takes the Greek genealogy as if it's their genealogy. 2,500 years before Greece. 2,500 years before Greece, the African people had established civilizations in the Nile Valley, even before that. And the pyramids, I always tell people the pyramids were built 2,500 years before Jesus Christ. I say that for the Christians. It was built more than 3,000 years before Muhammad. So if Africa is building pyramids and using geometry and chemistry for mummification and physiology, why do we think that we are waiting for the Arabs or the Greeks to bring anything? That's not correct. Something is wrong with the picture. The problem is wrong. What is wrong is our colonization and our enslavement. That's the dislocation of the Africans. That's what has pushed us off of our own narrative, so that our narrative becomes a secondary narrative when in fact it is the first human narrative. And I will never stop telling African intellectuals they've got to go back to their own narrative. If you tell me in the Department of Agriculture that you have to find how to grow food from Europe, that means you've never interrogated your ancestors. You've never asked your great-grandparents how did they feed their families. You have got to interrogate Africa. That's your beginning. If you interrogate Africa, all the issues are resolved. But the scholars have to do it. But the scholars can't do it because they can do it, but the way the system is structured is that your rewards come from the European universities, the American universities, the Chinese universities that will support your research if you do research that supports them. It doesn't come if you want to do research to support Africa. And that's even in the United States. If African Americans want to do research that supports African American development, you can't, Ford Foundation is not going to fund that. They're not going to fund anything that particularly critiques the European development in America. This is why this big outcry about critical race theory in America. They don't want critical race theory. What they don't want is not critical race theory because they don't understand critical race theory. What they don't want is criticism of what Europe and the Europeans have done to Black people. They don't want that. That's why that is the problem. And I see here one of the great scholars, Wade Nobles, Nana Ifafemi. It's good to see him here because he's written on all of this. But it's very important, thank you, Nana, but it's extremely important that we appreciate the great difficulty that African scholars have. And it's because, and I've seen it, I've experienced it. I experienced Europeans at the University of Ibadan saying to Black scholars, I want you to help us do this and this and that. And then, of course, the African scholars give them all the information. They write it up and they say that this person assisted them. And then they get a publication of it. And the African person may get a small grant. See? And so that the relationship is a symbiotic relationship, but it's always to the advantage of the European. It's not to the advantage of the African. And that is a big problem. And I understand that. I think that there are some bold scholars that are stepping out, but then there are others who want to criticize Afrocentrists. I see this in the Continentals. When I say Continentals, I mean continental Africans who say Asante is out here on the margins and he's great. So no, I'm an Afropolitan. That I'm not an Afrocentrist, I'm an Afropolitan. And the question is, what does that mean? And what does it mean for the development of Africa? That's the question. And this is a big problem. And so people participate in that as if that is somehow a legitimate discourse. It's not a legitimate discourse. A legitimate discourse will help us bring about, as Luisa Mahim would say from Brazil in the 19th century, the liberation of our people's minds and our bodies. That's what we need. But we need the liberation of the mind first. If we don't liberate the mind, then all else is lost.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that long answer. Let me recognize an elder here, Professor Femi Yuba, who released his memoir some months ago. Very distinguished figure. And the last person to interview you connects with the work of Femi Yuba. Both of them are they're directors. For those of you who want to ask questions, we are not ready yet. If you can lower your hands until we're ready. It is after the third, it's after Professor Niyi Koka that will begin to invite you to talk. Professor Niyi Koka, I hope you all know him, one of our best directors, one of our best theater person. I've been privileged to see his performances. I've been privileged to see some of his documentaries. I use one of them in teaching my classes. He did a good documentary on the origin of Black studies, which if you haven't seen it, is very generous. If you send him an email, he will send you one. He's moved around a lot and is now the director of the School of Theater, Television and Film, San Diego State University in California. He's been in so many companies in different countries. In Sweden, he was in South Africa, where he did a major series of performances on Makeba. I was privileged to see it live. Again, to also see it in Ethiopia, when the African Union asked him to come on stage that performance. He's the founding director of the African House Assembly in New York, and some of his plays, which is written in collaboration, have been staged in various places. He would disagree with me, but I think his Broadway writing and directing credits, both A Musical Reflection is one of my favorites, followed by Miriam Makeba, and he's won various awards. I cannot stop talking about him, not because we went to Ife together. He was my junior there before I moved to City University of New York for his MFA, and then he went to Temple for his PhD. Professor Coker, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And thank you for inviting me to participate in this memorable and indeed momentous interview with my mentor, teacher, Dr. Molefi Asante. Good morning, Dr. Asante. Well, actually, it's good afternoon in Philadelphia. Oh, the audio. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, now, good, thank you.
Okay, I couldn't hear Dr. Asante.
There you go.
Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Asante.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. Yeah, in terms of, yes, I just want to kind of follow up on your last statement, and it kind of took me back to, there was a point at Temple, one of the GEOP conferences, where the question came up of, while we're discussing the application of Afrocentricity on the continent of Africa, because we were looking at the world and looking at the diaspora, the African diaspora in Brazil. There's more African people in Brazil than anywhere else in the world, even much more than the USA, and the Africans in the Caribbean. And at that point, the discussion was basically, not until the African continent gets its act together would children of Africa around the world get a modicum of humanity and decency and respect. Because the Europeans, or wherever the Africans are in the Caribbean and in the USA, will understand that the source of the continent they come from, the African continent, is to be respected, is reputable, has done a lot to advance civilization. Like, we talked about Kemet, Aksum, Meroe, Nubia. And at that point, you proposed that, Africa probably or should be divided into 6 countries. At that time, it was not there. I think the African Union was just being formulated. And we said, with dividing the continent into 6 specific areas, it would reduce being landlocked, and each segment would have access to the sea. Looking at that, do you still think that it would be a solution for a continent that continues to, for some reason, we all understand as intellectuals, in terms of, colonization but right now, to solve this problem that we're sitting in, that we're mired in right now, and the AU is bringing in, Israel as a least. There's all kinds of crazy things going on. Do you still stick by that 6 countries, 6 divisions?
Thank you very much, Professor Coker. You have reminded me of how we both age from time to time, because that was some years ago. And but it's good to see you. You are, of course, the first PhD in the world in African American Studies, and we're really delighted that you are on this program to ask questions. Now, you raised that question, and I don't know how many people here are aware of, but I will give you a quick brief. At the time, there was a African leader in Nigeria named Mashood Abiola. And Mashood Abiola's, I knew Mashood Abiola. In fact, his wife, I think the 4th or 5th, I can't remember which one, but I think the 4th or the 5th was my student. Her name was Doyen. Doyen Abba Abiola was a student of mine. She got a PhD with me at Buffalo. And Mashoud was very interested in the whole question of pan-Africanism. Most people didn't realize that. And in fact, he was an incredible man and would have made, I believe, a great leader of Nigeria had he not been untimely, had he passed away. At that time, he was also the publisher for something that was called the Concord. And maybe the Nigerians will remember the Concord was, first of all, they had the newspaper, but they also had a magazine. And it was for that magazine that I wrote the article on the United States of Africa, the 6 states of Africa, which was based on a federation model. The idea that there would be 6 countries, and I really, this was not original. The 6-state model may have been original, but what was not original was the idea of Pan-African Africa, because that came to me from Sheikh Anta Diop. So the idea was that Africa had enough resources that if you had 6 nations, they would be some of the richest nations in the world, and they would all be able to have outlets to the sea, where you would not have, I think now, maybe 14 nations that have no outlet to the sea. That you would have outlets to the sea, you would have assets, mineral assets in all these nations, and then they could have a confederation, and that confederation would make it a very strong confederation of the continental confederation with these 6 states. That proposal has gone nowhere, okay? So then the second aim, because I've always been a Pan-Africanist, the second aim for me was something that was initiated for me by 2 people in Senegal. The foreign minister of Senegal at one time was Tidiane Gadio, who was a very good friend of mine, is a good friend of mine, Tidiane Gadio, who I have a high regard for, and the former president, Abdoulaye Wade, whom I also believe is a genius, but had political issues at the end of his term. But Abdoulaye Wade and Tidiane Gadio asked me if I would write briefs on the United States of Africa, and that's because of the relationship that I had coming from the field of communication with Tidiane Gadio when he was a student at Ohio State University. So I did this and became very much involved with the Senegalese, and so that Abdoulaye Wade asked me to go with him and his entourage to Abuja to meet with President Obasanjo. And also at that time, Thabo Mbeki was leading South Africa, and there were 5 or 6 other presidents and prime ministers who were meeting in Abuja at Aso Rock, which is the sort of like the main palace for the president in Abuja, to discuss as a subcommittee of the African Union the whole idea behind creating a United States of Africa. And I went there, and I was given, there were maybe 20 intellectuals, scholars, who were supposed to give little briefs, and I was one chosen to speak, and I spoke to these 5 or 6 presidents, and they discussed for 2 days the notion that they would take back to the AU. The end results of this was that they decided to kick I call it kick the can down the road. They said, well, there should be at some point a united Africa, but not while we are president. They didn't say it like that, but that's what they meant. They said, yeah, that should happen maybe 10 years from now, but it cannot happen now. The only president that really impressed me about the United States of Africa happened to be the one I had flown there with, and that was Abdullah Wade. Wade said, if we could do this today, tomorrow I will gladly accept to be the governor of Senegal. No other president ran with him on that road. They said, no, my country cannot do this. We would not accept this. We cannot do this. So it's then, and I'm telling you this because it was then that I vowed that the only way there will be a United States of Africa would be if the masses of people get involved on a wide scale on the continent and around the world in any organization that supported the United States of Africa, that it was a political action that was necessary at the grassroots level. It could never happen with presidential leadership. And I say that till this day. So you asked about the 6 states. I say today, it will not happen. And the more I travel on the continent and more I see bilateral relationships with China, for example, where China is $10 billion into most of the nations. $10 billion. I mean, they owe China. Zambia probably owes China more than $10 billion. Ethiopia, $10 billion. Congo, $10 billion. All over the continent, China is making bilateral agreements with these nations. So in order to have a United States of Africa, you have to not have so many bilateral agreements, because it means that that if the country is ever born as a united country, it will have too many obligations, and these obligations the world will demand that they be paid. So that is so I don't have despair about this, but I do recognize, as one of our former students, Michael Tillotson, has written, what he calls agency reduction formation. And that is that there are times when the agency of African people, whether on the continent, in the Caribbean, in a university, in a corporation, where our agency, the things that we reach for, there are formations out of the hierarchy and out of the white supremacist attitude that's formed to keep that from happening. That is what is happening on the continent of Africa, and that is what normally happens in Black lives, unless we fight. Because otherwise, you will always have that. Agency reduction formations. If you say, we want to go here, they say, no, you can't go there. You say, we should go here, you can't go there, you see? And that's the thing. We're up against it every day. We're up against it in the universities. You see, it's the same.
Yeah. Wow. I don't want to feel a sense of despair, like you say, Dr. Asante, but what does that imply basically for those Africans in the diaspora, especially I recall, knowledge can be a burden, but I recall going through a lot of those seminars with you at Temple and trying to see how we could shape the future. And especially because, again, one of the issues we talk about in terms of how young children in the diaspora, young African children, don't want to relate to the continent, don't feel like they have a relationship because there's an embarrassment. And I recall that you actually started, teaching us that, terminology means a lot in terms of, don't say slavery, it's enslavement. How that colonization of language actually works. So in terms of, it's a sense of despair. Where do we go from here?
Well, I don't think that we have, I don't know whether you can say, I mean, when you say despair, sometimes one can talk about absolute despair. I don't have that. But I do believe that there are some ways forward. And the first thing that probably should happen, which I don't see yet, and maybe that's why there's some lack of excitement about these possibilities, is that we need some country in Africa to itself become an Afrocentric nation. That is what I think that somebody like Manla Makanya was trying to articulate as the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, that we need an African university that was fully Afrocentric, that would train leaders who would be Pan-African, that would work for the masses of the people, that would help to redirect political leadership. And I think the Thabo Mbeki African Leadership School, which they established, I think part of that was to create that kind of environment, you see. And I think, I believe that Professor Falola and I both are on that council. But we have to do that, because if we don't have an agency, whether it's a institution or a total state that's engaged in that process, it's hard to push it. We used to have personalities like Gaddafi. I know people have a lot of things to say about Gaddafi, but one thing, and I mean, I know that there are many different views about Gaddafi, but one thing he believed in was the possibility of a United States of Africa. Much like Nkrumah believed it, but then people criticized Nkrumah. They said he wants to be the president of the United States of Africa. Well, that's what they criticized Gaddafi about. He wants to be the president of the United States of Africa. And I used to say to the presidents, but he won't be president for life. There will be other presidents after him. Even so, okay, Gaddafi brings this into being, and then he's there for 5 years. Somebody else will have to take over. I mean, even Mugabe, at the end, somebody had to take over. So but we don't have that leadership on the continent. And it would be great. I mean, I tell you my dream, which I think, I'm not near despair, but I know it's difficult. My dream would be for Nigeria, which will be the 4th largest nation in population in about 25 years. In the world, Nigeria will be that. Most people don't realize that. They say there are 28 million people in Lagos itself. So if you have a country that now has over maybe 250 million people in Nigeria. If you have a country that big with the power it has, if Nigeria became the engine for the rest of the continent in that direction, it would move the entire world. But Nigeria does not have the political will to do it. And I know that because of the various factions in Nigeria. I wish it were different. It is not. I wish South Africa could do it. But I see too much issues, too many issues there that are difficult, you see. So we don't have a driving force. If Senegal under Abdoulaye Wade had been a rich country and a powerful country, Abdoulaye Wade would have done it. But he never, I mean, Senegal is not a powerful country, and it was not possible for him to assert his will on the rest of Africa. So those are the problems we face.
How about religion? Would that be a major problem? I mean,
which
religion is choking Christianity and Islam?
Yeah,
Christianity and Islam.
Yes,
on the
that is a
continent
problem.
of Africa continue to choke
that's a
continent and choke.
That's a problem.
We're talking about ideology.
If you ask me, that's a problem. But we can't resolve. But then that's another part of the despair. That is a problem. That both Christianity and Islam came into Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They are not African.
Yeah.
That's not an expression of an African culture. Yeah. Neither one. And yet Africans have become the most passionate about retaining these ideologies that are anti-African. That is the craziest thing I can think of. This is absolute madness. And we fight each other. We kill each other over these ideologies. That's part of the despair. And I see it. Why would we allow young girls to be kidnapped from school because of religion? And no, you cannot, we can't, that's not an African ideology. It has nothing to do with African womanism, as Nadav explains it. It's totally different from anything that we know. So what I would say, when I listen to these questions of religion, I mean, there's not just in Nigeria, it's all over the continent. I mean, we're fighting this in Mozambique. In Mozambique. I mean, yes, way in the south. In Mozambique, we're fighting this. We're fighting it in Tanzania. And then we have the other issue of the Pentecostals and the which basically are taking people's money by telling them that they can get rich by believing. And that is, so you got now these massive ideologies that are totally not related to the ancestors of African people. And we no longer call the names of our own ancestors. We are believing in the names of the ancestors of people from outside of the continent of Africa. That is absolutely not right. Something's wrong with that. That's totally irrational. But people are moving in that direction, and they are also bringing factions to the continent of Africa. I am totally against it. I mean, I am, the first thing I would say is if we want to do anything, the first thing is to interrogate your own history. Nobody's history is greater than ours. Religion is the deification of nationalisms. Religion is, as I see it, is the advancement of political and cultural ideologies that are based on notions of supremacy, that my God is better than your God, and my God can beat your God. This is not an African concept. The African concept is, in fact, that we try to be truly human, that we move toward humanity. And in moving toward it, in a sense of ma'aticity, we move to be for truth and righteousness and justice and order and balance and harmony and reciprocity. That's the African idea. The African idea is not this thing that mine is better than yours. No, it's not us.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a huge problem, sir. I see it's a huge problem, and I don't think it's. Again, I don't want to sound. I hope within the next 10, 20 years.
We have to We must, Dr. Coco, we just really have to teach. And perhaps some of the great dramas that you're writing for theater, we need to continue to teach through drama,
Yes, sir.
because we are people that really respond to dramatic stories. So
Yes.
all these things will help us, because right now the confusion with the philosophical issues in the universities in terms of the theories, and then the religious issues. All these issues are factional for Africa. I mean, it is. It's unfortunate, but we do not have any. It's part of our culture and part of our people, I believe. We don't have an imperialistic ideology on the African continent. Yoruba is not imperialistic. It doesn't say that everybody should be Yoruba.
Yeah.
Igbo is not imperialistic. It doesn't push everybody should be Igbo. Zulu is not imperialistic to say everybody should be Zulu. What happens, however, is that with Islam and with Christianity, these are imperialistic ideas. I call it the one God imperialism is the worst enemy of humanity. In fact, that they've killed more people than anybody else. You look at all the world, and it's the one God religions. They've killed lots of people. Is the Christians killing the Jews? Is the Islamic people killing the Christians? Is the Christians killing the Muslims? It's crazy. We have to abandon that and go back to Africa and raise the question: what is the African value system?
Yes, sir. And that value system, I think, would ultimately reflect on, the Africans in the diaspora in right. many ways. I mean, and it's funny because you go to Bahia, Brazil, you go to Haiti, there seems to be more of a connection to yes. the Africanity and the authentic African yes. religions and principles and philosophies than you yes. would find on the continent of Africa, yes. Which to me is it's a mindset.
It's a beautiful thing you've just said, because there was one of the most shocking things I saw in Bahia was to be driving around in Salvador and going to the lake and seeing the orishas mm-hmm. of Yoruba, the statues, the beautiful statues of the orishas out in the lake in Salvador, in Bahia. I have never seen that even in Nigeria. But anyway, that's another question.
Yes. Moving along just quickly, sir. There's a lot of arguments about, we're in a post-racial period in the States. We've had Barack Obama, we now have Kamala Harris. So, I mean, race, as we seem to be debating it in the 40s, 30s, 50s, the previous century, it's a bygone. It's bygone. I mean, I know it's false, but there are a lot of people who still hold on to that.
Well, Dr. Coker, that is, there are many issues there and many avenues to tread. We are in a stage where the political process in the United States of America is very taunt, and the reason for that is because there is a population issue with white racial supremacy, and the population issue is that with the increasing numbers of Latinx people and African people, the white population is not as large as it was 50 years ago in terms of proportions of the population of the society. And because of that, it was possible for Barack Obama with a 20 to 25, maybe 30% of white votes, maybe more than that, 41 or 42% of the white vote, to win the presidency when he ran for the office. But white people in this country did not vote. I mean, 50% of the white people, more than 50% of the white people voted for the other candidates in both of his elections. So there's no election where black people have won. Well, there was only those two, but no election for national office where black president won, that is Obama won, where you would have more than 50% of the white people voting for the black candidate. They don't, white people haven't done that. They haven't, there's no post-racism in the white imagination. That's why Barack Obama only got around 42% of the white vote. It is because of the African-American, Mexican-American, largely, and the Asian populations that Obama was carried over the into the presidency. So what does that mean? It means that at this time in the American nation, there's no change of heart on the part of the masses of white people. So we can never talk about that somehow white supremacy is failing or white supremacy is decreasing. I don't see it. I have not seen it in any institution in America. And what I see is a reality that is fundamentally based on population, and it's based on the conditions, the strategic conditions in the society. I wish I could say that somehow we have changed the hearts of the white population in America to the point where white people would abandon this notion of white supremacy, but that has not come, and we've tried, but we've given a lot of opportunity to white people to say, you know what, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm going to support this. I'm going to support that. They have not done that, and that's why you have to say that at some point it will come, perhaps, but it has not come yet, because they still carry around in their mind that racial ladder that I spoke about. And it's imaginary that somehow, that's why the Black Lives Matter movement was so important. Because if you see a black person, if white police sees a black person, their imagination is different than if they see a white person. You see, they think it's different. If they see in the university, if they see a department that is predominantly black, they assume that it is less than a department that's predominantly white. That's in their minds. That's not in reality. But that's the insanity that has infected the white people in American society. So that's the problem we wrestle with, is that how do we transform people so they can have another value system? And part of it is that we have to attack, we say that race is biological falsity, and that is true. So it's not attacking biology, it is attacking the culture of white supremacy. That's the thing that has the culture that creates the racial ladder. And every day, I think we're making strides toward showing that Europeans are no smarter than anybody else. They're no clever. They're not everything that they do, anybody else can do. But it's crazy to even have to do that kind of thing, except that they created in their own minds a ideology that they can prove on the basis of looking internally at themselves. It's like they say, well, the greatest achievement of civilization is architecture. Mm-hmm. So who has permanent architecture? Well, we got Notre Dame. We got the Empire State Building. And so when I go and I look at the Zulu, they don't have that. Well, the thing is that I guarantee you that however long the Notre Dame stands without being burned down, that the Zulu houses and structures will last thousands of years in the same construction. So the concept will remain over and over again for thousands of years. Even if you have to tear it down 100 years from now and rebuild it, it's rebuilt the same way. So it's an idea, but it's this notion of what's material matters more than what is valued in terms of African culture. And that's the problem.
Well, two more questions, sir. First one, Asheville, North Carolina just voted reparations. City Council.
So
what? Yeah. Well, I know you've had some deep thinking about reparation for years, and we kind of talked about for some time whether or not it's feasible or it's just something that people would just throw out there, and after the so-called checks had been distributed, then it's like, okay, well, we're done here. Don't even bring up that discussion of enslavement anymore. Don't bring up that topic of, how we got to equate the curriculum anymore because, well, we paid for what we've done, even if it's the payments were just, what was not acceptable, basically, or equivalent.
Well, reparations are certainly necessary. Whether or not reparations will be universally given in the American society is another question. But it's not reparations in the sense that that it has to be money, for example. I don't think I know of any African Americans who are saying that, we necessarily have to have cash. I think what the African American population, and probably the Africans in Brazil, in Colombia, in Ecuador, in Peru, we have to speak for them as well, in Nicaragua, there are Africans all over the Americas. I think what Africans are saying is that for, at least in this country, 246 years, we worked from can't see in the morning to can't see at night for free. And we laid the basic economic foundations for the American nation. And so when people say that America is great, the question has to be, how did it get great? What was its economic foundation? The economic foundation was free labor for 246 years. And then the people who were released from bondage were released with nothing. Not even the shoes that they wore, if they wore shoes, belonged to them. Not even the clothes, the skirts and dresses that they had belonged to them. We had nothing, and we had yet, our ancestors had given 246 years of free labor. And in fact, they wanted then to take away from us even our opportunities and rights to own any land in the country. We were, people they didn't have television back in those days, but if they did, the condition of the African in the United States of America was probably the worst that it has been in hundreds of years in terms of the condition of 4.5 million people who were released from bondage with nothing. This is why people became wanderers on the streets and lotterers, as they call them, lottery in villages and towns. What were you to do when you were free and you had no money and you couldn't do anything? So what we're saying is that you have to repair that. That has to be repaired. How do you repair that? When Africans were released in 1865 in this country, white people already owned most of the land in the country. The people in the people in 1849, the 49ers they called them, had already got the gold in California. while we were still in bondage. It would be 15 years more before we got out of bondage, but they already got all the gold. They got all the land and everything. So no, they have to, it's a necessary thing. It's a moral thing. It's an ethical thing. And no black people are asking for money necessarily. I mean, that would be good. But I think and I don't subscribe to the idea that, well, if you give me my $1 million, that I'm going to necessarily get rid of it, by spending it, doing this. I may invest it too. But I think what black people are saying is that somehow the government of the United States of America has to make restitution. And that may be saying free education for all black people forever. That's reparation. That's somehow to give us something of value that's based on the fact that we built the White House, we built the Capitol. Our labor laid all the economic foundations of this country. And now you want to say, no, are you equal? Come on. No, we're not. They have generations and generations of wealth. And they need to somehow do something about that.
Great. Yeah. Let me just make an analogy, sir. And I want to kind of, end with this so that, that Dr. Falola, people who want to ask you questions could do that. W.E.B. Du Bois, one of my intellectual heroes, and I think you actually introduced me to reading Du Bois more closer in the 90s. Du Bois, basically started the NAACP, the Niagara movement. Du Bois wanted to stop lynching, anti-lynching laws. Du Bois started the crisis. Du Bois was pretty much instrumental to the Harlem Renaissance movement. Ultimately, Du Bois may have erred, maybe he did, but that was what was open to him at the time in terms of really affiliating himself with communism, Paul Robeson. Ultimately, Du Bois became a pariah, where the United States government insisted that no foreign agents or foreign visitors visit Brooklyn. Not just Brooklyn, but the zip code where Du Bois lived. And ultimately, Du Bois left the USA when his passport was given back to him. And as a result, is kind of laid to rest in Ghana, worked with Kwame Nkrumah. And in many ways, I don't think our current students, current population, current contemporary African-American scholars have really looked at Du Bois to appreciate Du Bois.
Well, thank you very much.
Comes Molefi Asante. I'm finishing with this, sir, and I'll let you talk, sir. Comes Molefi Asante, who's, dedicated and committed himself to building this institution, the first PhD granting institution at a place called Temple University. Turns out hundreds of scholars to help, disseminate proper learning and culture and teaching and writing from an Africa-centered perspective. Suddenly, Molefi Asante becomes a pariah in many ways in the eyes of the Western, historically white institutions. How has this journey been, sir? Because up until this point, I don't think the scholar Molefi Kete Asante has been given his due place, has been acknowledged as a warrior scholar who is actually trying to bring a sense of humanity to a country, a culture that has lost and is losing its foothold on what it is to be human. I kind of worry that there have been opportunists along the way who've, sucked up to the biggest grant donors and who have been privileged to create opposition to the Asante school and the Asante thought. And come out of the not out of Africa type of, intellectuals. How do we deal with this legacy, sir? Because to me, it's kind of worrisome in many ways and on many levels.
Thank you very much, Nia Coca, Professor Coca. That was a wonderful introduction to this thought. And I just want to say, one of my students, former students, Taharka Ade, has done his work on Du Bois this year. And we're reading closely W.E.B. Du Bois, and really happy about that. But I want to also respond to this question in this way, that I have tried to conceal any actions publicly. I'm not a public intellectual, and I hope that I don't become one because of Toyin's interview format. I'm not a public intellectual. I am an activist scholar. That is my role. I don't seek I don't necessarily need publicity, you see, because my work speaks for me. Victor Okafor speaks for me. Raylan Rebecca, Crystal Temple. These are my students, you see. So I don't, I'm not, that's not the aim. The aim is to lay something down, a platform for which other people will reach the stars. That is the key. It is not it's certainly not a personal aggrandizement of it's something for myself. No, it is something that I do because we have to do it. And if it were not for me, there would be others who would be doing it. And there are others who are doing it anyway. And so that's the thing. Because if I know that if I wanted to, I could truly have done the other. I could be pretty good at that too. I could have made that path. But I said, no, that's not the path I want, because that path is one where you are owned by other people. You can't say what you want to say. I mean, no, I don't, that's not, no. I mean, in fact, I will tell you this. If I were not a full professor when I was 30, I would never have become a full professor with what I have been saying. They would never have, the university wouldn't give it to me. And so it's almost like they're embarrassed that I'm a full professor now, because then what can we do to it? We won't let him have this. We won't let him have that. We won't do this. We won't. That's what they do, because that is the only response they have to truth. So no, don't worry. Don't worry about me and about, I mean, you speak for me, when they say, the person who's the head of theater at San Diego State and the head of the director of theater program, that's Molefi Asante student. That speaks for me. So don't worry. I'm good. I mean, yeah, I'm very good. so, and the other thing is, and I want to say this because I didn't say it earlier, we have to always, and as African people on this side, we have to give respect to the indigenous people. That's the other thing that I do, and we teach our students here this. If you are like we're here in the land of the Lenape. This is where I sit and work, in the land of the Lenape people. We have to remember that their graves are all around us, that their ancestors walked these lands. We have to give respect to the indigenous people. So wherever you are as an African in the Americas, give respect to the Comanche people in Texas, to the Apache people in Arizona. Give respect to the Dakota people in the Midwest, to the Cherokee and the Muskogee and the Seminole and the Choctaw and the Shawnee. Give respect. So we have to do that. And if we don't do that, then who will do it? You see, these are African values. Speak the African truth and the African values and do that. So I just wanted to say that because it's extremely important to me. And I try to do it every time I can. And I forgot to do it today.
Thank you very much, Professor Niyi-Coker. We are very grateful. We have two more things to do. Before I invite the members of the audience to ask questions, I want to honor our brother, Dr. Obadiah Jones Mailafia, who died this morning. We interviewed him in September. It drew an audience of 1.4 million people on various platforms. He was rushed to the hospital yesterday evening, and he died this morning. I will be doing a service in his honor in due course, but before that, I just want us to spend 10 minutes to honor him. And I will call on Professor Kole Odutola from the University of Florida at Gainesville to say a few words about Dr. Obadiah Mailafia. Dr. Odutola, please.
The bearer of bad news carries a burden. The bearer of those who have gone ahead carries a headache and a heartache that pains. It was September 14th, 2020, that the goons of state invited Dr. Mailafia to the DSS Jos headquarters to have time with them. He honored the time, but he did put word out that his life was in danger. It is only those who have lived in a den or in a cave that will be totally unaware of a life of a total intellectual activist and scholar. There is no need going down memory lane or up memory lane of the various accomplishments of a man who established relationship between the ACP and the EU. He also negotiated on behalf of the ACP with international financial institutions such as the IMF, the World Bank, and the African Development Bank. He was a thoroughly educated and lettered man, but he spoke truth to power. He said what he knew, but they wanted him to unsay all the things he heard. Dr. Obadiah Mailafia may have gone under and passed on, but I'm sure he has passed on the torch of truth to those of us who remain on this side. A luta continua may be a slogan, but it's a reality. We shall not stop, and nothing shall hold us back. His life, his works will forever live. To live in the hearts of those who love us is not to die. I have more than discharged my duties and my burden for today, and I thank Professor Falala for this opportunity. But where we go tomorrow, what becomes of our lives remains a mystery. The history of his life, the end chapter of what happened, is for those of us who are alive. My burden is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will do a service in his honor in due course. I'm very grateful. Please, we now come to the audience participation. If you have questions for Professor Asante, do please indicate by raising your hands and I will call upon you. Please bring Professor Asante back so that he can answer the questions. Balumi Folajimi. Where's Professor Asante?
Here I am.
Please, can you spotlight Professor Asante, please? You can remove me now. Okay. Mr. Folajimi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I have been attending these Toyin Falola interviews for a few months now, and I've never felt compelled to raise my hand. And today, when I listened to one of the important statements made by Professor Asante regarding African civilization, I was actually intrigued when he said something about the Egyptian pyramid, which had existed for about 2,500 years before the Athenian and Greek civilization. One of the important points Professor Asante made was that it is quite unusual, strange, that African people who had their civilization thousands of years before the Greek civilization would have to depend on Europe for agricultural productivity. So the clear statement he was making was that Africans had their own civilization before contact with Europe, before the glory of European civilization. And that made me to ruminate once again on an argument, a position which for many years I have found quite complicated and disturbing. And that's the opinion of Abiola Erele, who argued vehemently that for Africa to make progress, we must begin to follow the examples of Europe. Of course, salutation to alienation, in praise of alienation, that's the title of the paper. It keeps me worried that that's the position and argument of Irele. But today I saw and heard a contradictory opinion, which I found more compelling and convincing. And I'm quite impressed by that. Perhaps Professor Asante wished to make further comment about the very powerful one he had made earlier.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's a wonderful observation, and that is very, very useful. And I want to make one slight correction in what I may have said. Actually, 2,500 years before Jesus Christ, 1,500 years before the Greeks. And when I say before the Greeks, I mean before Homer. Homer, they say, was the first Greek voice to say anything that we could understand. And that was about 1,000 BC. But the pyramid age may have started 2,800 BC. And so 2,500 BC, we get the last pyramids were being built in Kemet, in Egypt. And it was not called Egypt. It was called Kemet. We just say Kemet, Kemet, in the language, in the Chicam, the language of Kemet. But the interesting thing about it is that to build pyramids in 2,500 BC, you have had to collect information from hundreds of years before that. You just don't come up and just start building pyramids. You had to have observed a lot of things about nature. You had to observe the overflow of the river Nile, that's 4,000 miles long, and it runs only through the continent of Africa. It runs through no other continent. It doesn't run through Greece. It runs from Uganda, Rwanda, all the way down to the Mediterranean. It doesn't run up from the Mediterranean into Africa. It runs out of the middle of Africa, all the way down to the Mediterranean. Civilization went down the Nile if it went anywhere in the Nile Valley. It didn't come up from across from Asia or somewhere else. No, it's an African river. It's African civilization. The first African philosopher is Imhotep. Imhotep, who lives about 30, maybe 2,900 years before Jesus Christ. Imhotep was the builder of the first pyramid. Why isn't his name in the books of every African university and elementary school children? The black man who built the first pyramid. Why we don't know him? And we know Homer. Why I go to universities and I ask them, who is Imhotep? They don't know Imhotep. Why you don't know Imhotep? This is the first African and the first human we know of to build a pyramid. Not only that, what about the first African and the first human to create a nation? Menes. The first to create a nation. The warrior king who came from the south of Egypt and conquered 41 other areas to create the first nation. That ought to be in every child's book. And this is what we complain about in the United States of America. Why is it that our children don't know this? And they go to elementary school and they come out and they know everything else. They even know about Alexander of Macedonia. But they don't know the African warrior kings. And the greatest African warrior king was Thutmose III, who went into battle 17 times. 17 times. It's not like they do now. They just, send troops over or send drones over. He went into battle 17 times with victory. You know how many times Alexander went? Because I counted them. 7 times. And why they call him the Great? Nobody says Thutmose III was the great, but of course he was the greatest. So what I'm saying to you is that part of the problem is Europe, but part of the problem is us. We have not asserted our own truths. We have accepted what they have told us about the Greeks. And let me go further. Brother, you asked a good question. Who were the first philosophers? Now, those of you who've read my book, you know the first philosophers. My book is called Egyptian Philosophers. The first philosophers were Africans. And the first Greek philosopher was Thales. And Thales is about 600 years BCE, before the Christian era. And where did Thales go to school? He went to school in Africa. Who was the second Greek philosopher? Pythagoras. And where did he go to school? He went to school in Africa, etc., etc. But anyway, I can even go further on that. I do want to say something that must be said. You have got to know about Inzalo Ilanga. INZALOYLANGA. In 2019, I visited Inzalo Ilanga with Professor Simpiwe Asante in South Africa. We flew over to the province of Mpumalanga just to see it. This is a site that was built by humans 100,000 years ago. And the reason it's been kept from Africans, it was private property during apartheid of white farmers. This site is the most incredible thing probably on the earth. This is like This is like thousands of years older than Stonehenge. This is like the oldest, maybe the oldest human construction site in the world, much older than the pyramids. This is the site of Nzalo Ilanga. And if you ever go to Mpumalanga, you can get a chance to go up and see it. But I went over there, when I heard about it, I flew down South Africa and took a plane from Johannesburg, went over to see it because I said, people won't believe it. I took a lot of pictures of it. One day I'm going to publish it, but took a lot of pictures because I want people to know that it's sometimes it's about Europe hiding things like they did with this in the 1940s when they took over and took the land from the African people. They just decided to conceal it. But now that it's open and it's government property, you can go see it. And so now I went to see it, and I said, "Wow, this is such a travesty that Africans, we don't even know our own continent. We don't even know our own history, and it's the deepest history in the world because up until 70,000 years ago, everybody in the world was black. Up until 70,000 years ago, Homo sapiens started in East Africa." 300,000 years ago, according to science. And most of that time, 2/3 of the time of Homo sapiens was spent in Africa. It was not spent out of Africa. Migration out of Africa for some Africans did not occur until 70,000 years ago. Everybody was black.
Thank you very much. Dr. Taiwo Oloruntoba-Oju, your questions, please, or your comment. Unmute him, yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm really, really very happy, and I feel privileged to be here and to have this opportunity to ask Professor Asante a couple of questions. I have tried to follow his writings on Afrocentricity. Initially, I had a lot of confusion because there were three cognate terms that were related, philosophically at least, and I think there are just a few minor aspects of methodology that separated them. Afrocentrism, Afrocentricism, and Africanity. I am familiar with some of the arguments that Professor Asante puts up to distinguish these terms, but I think they're quite similar. So I'm happy that I'm here to be able to ask some of the related questions. First of all, what seems like a criticism, and here I'm just like playing the devil's advocate. I mean, sounding as a mouthpiece for this criticism, that Afrocentrism should actually should actually look for a different nomenclature and concern itself with Afrofuturism. And that there seems to be in Afrocentrism some fixation with history and romanticization of the past. And that's what Africa seems to need at this point in time. It's not such a romanticization, but a critical engagement with the present and, of course, with the future. Embedded in this sort of criticism is the idea that, well, colonialism and all that, it happened elsewhere. And that after all, the Jews came out of the Holocaust and got over it and made considerable progress and so on and so forth. And that therefore, what is needed in Africa is not this apparent fixation with the past, but an engagement with the future, with the solutions to such divisive factors as religion, language, ethnicity, and of course, neoliberal capitalism. And the Afrocentric appears to be silent on some of these questions. That's one.
Thank you.
Related to that, if I may just quickly add that, is a language question. The idea that Afrocentrism appears to be largely silent on the language issue, which is a critical and key issue in the development of Africa. The idea that the linguistic ecology of Africa is part of the reason why there is a lot of impediment to development. We have multilingualism, diglossia, and the fact that the foreign languages are dominant, and of course the negative attitude of the indigenous populace towards indigenous languages. So it does not seem to be encouraging or helpful that Afrocentricity appears to be silent on this critical language issue. Where does Afrocentricity stand? Is it with, for example, the Achebe school, the Shoyinka school, or with the Ngugi Wathiongo, Chiwis, and the others, and the school of the others, on what should be the direction in terms of the use of language and the position of language in the projection of African culture, African education, and African development? I'm sorry if I've brought so many things together, but I'm just scared that I may not have another opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very, very powerful question, many, many different aspects. Let me start first with saying that there should be no confusion about Afrocentricity and Afrocentrism. I have never written any article, I don't think, or book, and I've written many, about Afrocentrism. I have written about Afrocentricity. And so I think when Afrocentrists emphasize Afrocentricity, they're just making a point that it's a different kind of thing than saying Afrocentrism. The people who first start using the word Afrocentrism were the opponents of Afrocentricity. They began to see it in more what I would call a religious terminology, or a terminology of ideology only, and not of theory and method. So I think that if you unmask Afrocentrism and Afrocentricity, for the most part, they probably would amount to about the same thing. But it is just that Afrocentricity is what I have always articulated. And I think that's what the people who talk about Afrocentricity use. And so we don't talk about Afrocentrism because it is much more seen as someone would say Marxism, or one would say Methodism, or something like that. So that's what on that issue. The issue, Afrocentricity, I think I explained earlier, Afrocentricity is not Africanity. That Africanity is people expressing African culture through fashion, through dress, through food, through language, and so forth. So that you can have Africanity and still not be located centrally in your own narrative. I've seen many people, I've told people this, I've seen many people on the continent of Africa who have Africanity, but they don't have Afrocentricity. They may even be Eurocentric, and they may have Eurocentricity in their brains. So it's not that you, because you wear African clothes or you eat African food, you are Afrocentric. No, that is not an expression of Afrocentricity. An expression of Afrocentricity is that you, number one, as a theory, you place African concepts and ideas and values in the middle of all narratives. And we say Africology, the discipline we're in, we say Africology is the Afrocentric study of all African phenomena, transgenerationally and transcontinentally. And what we mean by that is that Africology, which is not the mere study of Africa or the mere study of African people, it is the Afrocentric study of Africa, because white people have been studying Africa for hundreds of years, but that's not Africology. Africology is the Afrocentric study of African phenomena. Transgenerationally, it could mean 3000 BC, or it could mean 2022. You see, 2021. I mean, it's transgenerationally and transcontinentally. Could be in Mobile, Alabama, or Lagos, or it could be in Nairobi, or it could be in Salvador Bahia, or in Havana, Cuba. That's what Africology is. It's the Afrocentric study of all African phenomena, transgenerationally and transcontinentally. So that's not Africanity. That's a deliberate way of approaching data, and anybody can do that. We've had Chinese students, for example. We've had Japanese students. We've had students from Tunisia, Morocco. We've had students from Bangladesh. And when they come here, they do Afrocentric study of African phenomena. You don't study Africa by imposing Europe on Africa. You see? So that's the answer to question one. Question two, about the language question. Well, we have many linguists and people who've studied language. Certainly, Amma Mazama is a person who's a PhD from Sorbonne in linguistics and is an Afrocentric theorist. You see, so the language question, we're interested in the language. We're interested in everything that Africans are involved in, and we have engaged in Ngugi. We know Ngugi's position and Wale's position and Achebe's position. In fact, I accept all three positions. But my view is that there's nothing wrong with a writer writing in any language. So you can write in English or you can write in Russian. But of course, you should also write in your indigenous language. That's fine too. So in that way, Ngugi, for example, made the big argument that, hey, if we're writing in English, why don't we write in Kikuyu? And he's correct. So he writes in both English and in Kikuyu. That is perfectly fine. So I think that we have to do that. I mean, we have to honor African languages. And I want to make a third point, which I think is extremely important. It is not the language problem that creates the factions in Africa. In fact, African nations, let me put it this way. Nations in the world, most nations in the world are more than one language nations. So India, for example, has over 100 languages, but it's one country, one polity. So we can argue that maybe they fight among each other, but we know that that's true. And we know that in Russia, where I was invited in 2020 in Moscow, at the Institute of African Studies, at the University of Rudin, they have actually students from every country in the world at this university. And every country in Africa. They deliberately go out, and if they don't have a student from Rwanda, they go and find a student from Rwanda. To always have a student from every country in the world. That's what this university does. This used to be the Friendship University, Lumumba University, right? Yeah. They do that. They have every African country. However, in the country itself, in Russia itself, they have many languages. There are many different ethnic groups in Russia, and yet they got one country. And of course, as you know, the Soviet Union had many more languages than they even have now. So, and the United States has many languages. I mean, I imagine in 50 years, the majority of the people in this country will be speaking Spanish. It's possible with the the growth of the Spanish-speaking people. So I just want to say to Brother Taiwo, I really appreciate his comment and his question, but I think that we're on the right road. I think, Brother Taiwo, we're on the right road, and I think that we must continue.
Thank you very much. Isaiah Next Fonkom Achanga, Fonchom Makongom is the king in Bamenda land. Please post your question.
While he's posing his question, can I just say one other thing? I missed the point that Brother Tyree will mention, and that's about the Holocaust and the Jews. And I think I need to say this point because so we can understand and get clarity. It is true that the Jewish people went through the Holocaust. It's not true to say that they've gone beyond it, because they are very, very clear that they don't want to forget it. And they always remember it. And that's correct. I don't have a problem with that. But I also want you to understand that the Africans who went through colonization and the Africans who went through enslavement have a problem sometimes because we don't want to remember. But we have to remember. But in our remembrance, in our memory, we also have to act in an assertive and positive way. Now, let me explain what I mean by this quickly. There was a man by the name of Viktor Frankl. And if you haven't known this person, you need to know this person. Viktor Frankl, after the Holocaust that the Germans inflicted on the Jewish people, Viktor Frankl came up with a theory that was called logotherapy. And logotherapy was practiced by, all the institutions, Jewish institutions, tried to have logotherapy sessions. And the logotherapy sessions were sessions where they set people down and they taught people how to be assertive, because the people had been so destroyed by the Holocaust that many Jewish people felt like dirt. So they said, you know what? We've been defeated. We've been created. Let's figure out how to teach our people to be assertive. The African people on the continent and in the Americas have never had assertiveness training. We have not even had a sessions where we have with therapy sessions where we have said, let's process what happened to us. We haven't said, okay, for 100 years Europeans were here and this is what they did. We haven't said, this is what they did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, all these things. Let's figure out, how do we respond to these things? Each one of them. How do we respond to the school system that they set up and left us with? Where we couldn't speak our own languages. Where we couldn't speak Tree if we wanted to speak in the schools. How do we respond? We never dealt with that. We never dealt with it in the United States. How do you deal with a situation where you have been dominated for 246 years? And your people have never really had a processing of that situation. That's what we're faced with. So anyway, I'm sorry, but I wanted to add that with the Holocaust.
John Ken, please, your comments or your question. It's your turn.
Thank you very much, Professor Falola. I want to join the many participants in this series in thanking you for bringing a very, very high quality of leaders from the academy to politics and religion and law every week to us. Thank you so very much. I have just a question, and my question to the eminent professor is on his regret about Nigeria or South Africa not playing the role of the engine of a one African kind of government. First, Professor, let me bring up my bias. I have very little admiration for the US or China as big, powerful, and rich. On the contrary, my admiration is for the quality of citizens of any country. And I do admire Switzerland, Norway, Finland, Denmark, and others, all small nations, but where the quality of life for citizens is pretty higher than in many other parts of the world. A little story. As a very young student at the University of Benin, I used to think of Nigeria in the same light as the professors has thought of Nigeria. That thinking of Nigeria as being the leader of Africa evaporated when Shehu Shagari was overthrown in a military coup. Then I started wondering, is this exactly the giant that I've been thinking ought to be leading Africa? A second story in 2009, I had the opportunity of a consultancy at the AU, headquarters in Addis Ababa. I went to Ethiopia for the first time. And while I spent 3 months at the headquarters, I wondered whether the AU was actually the head of Africa, because everything I saw around me seemed dilapidated. Now, my question, well, that happened until the Chinese gave us a headquarters. My question to you, Prof, is, can Nigeria or South Africa play that role, that noble role you see, when they cannot even keep their own houses together and in order? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to say that perhaps you've been making my point. I mean, I think that I think you and I are on the same wavelength here. It is possible. It is possible for either Nigeria or South Africa to play this role. The only problem, I say it's possible. I'm not saying it's probable, but it is possible. Here's the thing. You have to see that the condition is one of leadership, and the one of leadership, and one that has to escape ethnicity and ethnic factions. And I've written several papers on this, that the real key to this, it seems to me, is that if we had a country such as Nigeria, where the protection of the minority is the key to the lock of nationalism and to the lock of unity in the nation, that would be something different. Where not the interest of the majority, but the protection of the minority, that becomes the ground upon which the nation is built. Then the ethnic rivalries that we have in Nigeria, for example, would not necessarily be as difficult as they are, and would allow Nigeria to express some international direction and leadership. But at this point, I don't see that as being probable. And I agree with you about the Shagari thing, Shehu Shagari. But let me go to South Africa. South Africa has probably just as much potential, mainly because it could become also an economic engine and it is already for most of Southern Africa. If you go to Mozambique, if you go to Zimbabwe, I lived in Zimbabwe. If you go to Zimbabwe, Namibia, you will see the influence of South Africa. In Botswana, South Africa influences all these countries. However, the problem is that most countries are introverted. They are turned inward rather than looking at how do we help and influence the entire continent, which would be even better for them. So I agree with you. I agree with you on the AU. I've written about that. The AU, 30% of its funds come from outside of Africa, which is ridiculous to me. Why can't African nations pay for their own African Union? I've never understood that. And that's because some nations don't want to pay the dues that they owe to the African Union. And they prefer to have Europe Arab Union to pay Arab League to pay for them, and that is bad. That's a mistake. It's a terrible mistake. So I don't think we're in any difference. I think you admire Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. You sound like Trump. But no, I'm joking. But that's what Trump said. You know, I admire Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Why can't we have more immigrants from those countries? No, my point about that is that these countries are normally countries that are dominated by one ethnic group. If you look at Sweden or Denmark or Norway, that's a whole different situation. And in Africa, we have few countries that are dominated simply by one ethnic group, and part of that is because of the 1884 and 85 Berlin Conference, where the Europeans divided Africa up the way it is now. If Africa were based on its own on ethnic group partitions, we would probably have nearly 2,500 countries on the continent of Africa.
Thank you very much. Kole Odutola, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would precede my three questions with what Wole Soyinka says in Death and the King's Horseman. That can you wear a uniform of death and speak against death? And I ask that because the first question I'm going to ask, I am wearing a uniform of death. And I would want your informed opinion on what I have heard about Center for African Studies and Center of African Studies. I was told once that what we have are centers for African studies and not centers of African studies. And I just want to find out from you first, what is your thinking and interaction with the various centers of or for African studies in America? And what I'm asking really is, what is the Department of Defense really funding in Title VI? Why is it funding it? What is the substance of what these centers are projecting about Africa? I hope someday somebody is going to do a content analysis of the presentations they have, which are always on their website. But I would like to know from you what you think about the various centers of or for African studies in America. That's one. The second one is, I am quite aware that one should not saddle visionaries with also marketing and executing their visions. But there are times when, by every means necessary, what would you think would be a likely action plan for realizing the reformation of the African continent? And I would say that every time an African intellectual has brought out a solution or a suggestion, in fact, Wole Soyinka had suggested shortly after his incarceration in 1977 that Swahili should be the language of the continent. Many years down the road, I'm sure you know the state of language on the continent, or how far Swahili has traveled from Tanzania, from East Africa to the rest of us. And finally, the last one is the kind of questions students ask us when they come to some of the classes. What can I do with a degree in Africology? Can I become the next Bill Gates, or I would end up as one of the professors? And from what they have seen, professors, by my last reckoning, cannot afford private jets. And these kids want to fly in private jets. They want the material things of life, which the academy does not promise. So what would you say to any student who does not think that there is virtue in simply knowing, and that it's not every knowing that has to be dollarized? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a wonderful 3 questions. I'll try to be quick on them. The first question, in terms of centers for and centers of African studies, I have rarely seen centers of African studies. I have seen centers for African studies. And the centers for African studies, which are normally which have been supported by Title VI of the United States, in the United States, are basically either language training centers or centers to train people to work for the American government. And if they're not working for the American government, they are being trained to be partners to Americans in the research that Americans are doing. And that is one of the reasons why in the 1960s, there was a big dispute and the split of the African American intellectuals from the African Studies Association. The African Americans in the 1960s, under the leadership of John Henry Clark, walked out of the African Studies Association because they saw it mainly as an American organization for European intellectuals and their continental African graduate students to create a system that would be almost anti-African American, and also to support the direction of the American government. So in Africa, so that's a big problem. We don't have independent centers of African studies. We have centers for African studies at a number of the major universities, a few of the major universities that are supported by funds from the American government. The second question, in terms of marketing, it's a question you asked regarding marketing and support okay. That question, and let me just say this in terms of Wale Soyinka's suggestion in 1977. I was at Lagos in 1977 with this suggestion. I was a part of the African American delegation to FESTAC. And this was actually a proposal that had been presented by Maulana Karenga, which was because he had been teaching Kiswahili in the United States in his organization, US organization, since 1966. And so by 1977, of course, there had been in the United States the holiday of Kwanzaa, Kawaida, the idea that Kiswahili, because it was a language of a small ethnic group, but that it was widely spoken and that it was not a tonal language, was easily accessible to most African people and most African speakers. And so Wale accepted this, and he made this case. But of course, many people, many Yoruba people were upset with him because people said, well, many of the African people in America are actually Yoruba people. So why can't Yoruba be that language? But what Maulana's position was, and which I think Wale's position was, if you choose a large language like Yoruba, then you will have other large speaking people like Mandi or Hausa or Igbo or other. You would have a big debate about why choose one of these big languages rather than another. And so instead of choosing that, the idea was Kiswahili was a language that was accessible, and it was spoken by only 200,000 people at the time as an ethnic group. So therefore, it could become the lingua franca of Africa. That is that argument. So I think that that's all possible. So I think that was all. In terms of the degree, you can do anything with a degree at Africology that you can do with a degree in any other field. It depends on what you want to do. I mean, some people get the degree in Africology and indeed decide that, hey, they want to go into international business. Some people get the degree in Africology and decide, hey, you know what? I don't want to go into business. I want to go into religion. Some people get the degree and say, I want to be professors. Those are the ones who probably don't have much imagination like myself.
Thank you very much. Bernardine Ankoy, I apologize if I don't pronounce your name very well. Bernardine Ankoy. Please be brief. Bernardine, go ahead, please.
She's muted.
Bernardine, are you there? Are you listening?
She's muted.
No, she's not indicating that she wants to talk.
Oh, I see. Okay. There's Omotaye.
Can you unmute Bernardine? Can we go to Fatoumata Keita while waiting for Bernardine? Fatoumata Keita, please. Fatoumata Keita. Okay, Lawrence, can you go ahead, please?
Okay, thank you very much.
Be brief, please.
Okay, please. Let me just go direct to my question. I believe I listened very well to your talk. And most of the instances, examples, and views you drew seem to have come from the African American perspective. This notwithstanding the fact that you also pulled your ideas from Egyptology and a few instances from Africa, from West African thinkers like Sekanta Diop. But the question of African values, where you argue that Africans don't interrogate their values, somehow made me feel that there was need, for example, to engage more with what Africans in Africa have been doing. For example, in the discipline of African philosophy, you're likely to get more than 200 or 300 literature that engage African values from a variety of angles, talk of peace, truth, dignity, justice, happiness, knowledge, personhood, existence. All these things, you have a whole lot of scholars who have been engaging with this idea and were able to develop a vibrant literature on African philosophy. So here goes my question. Given this lacuna, or given the instance of what I can draw from your talk, would you suggest more collaboration between African American scholars and Africans in the continent, scholars of Africans in the continent?
I think, yes, thank you very much for it. That's a very good question and a very, very profound observation. And I will tell you this. I published in one or two journals of African philosophy myself. You are perfectly right. There are African philosophers who are writing on African philosophy. And in fact, there are a number of them who have engaged many of these questions. So I don't mean to be absolutist in my statement, and you have caught me in that regard. I don't mean to be absolutist to say that there are not African scholars who are doing it. I'm just simply saying that more should do it, because even when I read the philosophers, I read some of them who are anti-African philosophy. And they are African philosophers, but they are, it's like Anthony Appiah, for example, who is we would say an African philosopher, but he's an anti-African philosopher, that he basically articulates a Eurocentric idea of philosophy. There are many African philosophers who do that. And I'm saying that those particular African philosophers have got to rethink the avenue by which they enter this role of philosophy, of thinking that philosophy for some reason started with the Europeans. And so they see themselves trying to engage with discourses that have been created by the agenda of Europe. They don't, African philosophers rarely, as I have seen, have agendas that are set by Africans. Their agendas are set by the European teachers of philosophy that they have engaged with. So they began to be either Hegelian or anti-Hegelian. They began to deal with this philosopher as opposed to that philosopher, rather than to engage Africa itself. Now, I'm not saying that all of them, I'm not an absolutist, but I am saying I've read enough of them, and I've seen enough of them, and I've heard enough of them on YouTube to ask the question, where is Africa in all this discussion? That's my answer to that.
Fatoumata Keita, please. Fatoumata Keita. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Unmute yourself at your end. Unmute Fatoumata Keita, please. Omotayo,
Please unmute yourself.
You have to
Okay,
unmute yourself.
thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I do it now. Thank you very much, Professor Falola. I'm very glad and very privileged to be here today and see Professor Asante. I'm Fatoumata Keita from the University of Bamako in Mali. And I've been reading Professor Asante for more than 10 years now, but I never have the opportunity to see him or talk to him. So today, this is a great honor for me to be able to talk to him and ask him some questions. But before asking my question, I would like just to pick up one idea of the professor about how we can build an Afrocentric institution or state in Africa. For me, maybe we should start by just opening departments of African American studies in our universities, which we do not have. Mali is a Francophone country, so even getting access to books from the Afrocentric scholarship is very difficult. So for me, maybe the first step is simply to help create institutions or departments or centers in many parts of Africa, and after we can create that Afrocentric big institution later. For the time being, I am the only one in my own university to work from this perspective, and it's very difficult to talk about this idea there. So I'm very glad to meet Professor today. My question is related to what the one who speaks said about partnership, collaboration between African and American scholars. And I think that today, maybe by collaborating with African American colleagues, we can help build those departments. That might be one opportunity to do that. Now, my question to Professor Asante is, one of my professors from the University Gaston Berger of Senegal, because I studied in Senegal, and I was very glad to listen to you talking about Senegal, but I'm a Malian. Felwine Sarr is developing an idea that he calls Afrotopia, which is a kind of, he defined it as an active utopia, Africa's capacity to reinvent itself, to recreate itself, to create opportunities and possibilities. I would like to know if there is a link today, can we establish a link between Afrocentricity and the idea of Afrotopia as theorized by Felwine Sarr? This is my question. And once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you for bringing Professor Sarr's position, because Professor Sarr has a position that I believe is similar to Afrocentricity, but he is moving in a direction which may very well relate to the whole idea of futurity, the future. And I think that there is some possibility there. I have heard this idea before. I have seen it written, but I have not studied it deeply. So maybe there is some possibilities. There's also, of course, now the development called Afrofuturism, which is also being expressed by people, Africans in Germany, Afro-Germans and Africans in Germany, as well as in the United States of America, led by people like Ronaldo Anderson and Stacey Robinson and Natasha Kelly and all of these people. So there are many movements, and all of them, I think, at base are talking about African people as being in the middle of our own narratives. And I think that if we can do that, it doesn't mean that we neglect to be with other people. It just simply means that what we're able to do by virtue of that is to support each other. And by supporting each other, we create a world that's different than the world we have inherited. So I appreciate you very much, Sister Kete, and it's my pleasure to meet you and to discuss this with you, and whatever we can do at Temple University to relate to your department, to support you, we would be very happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Omotoye, Omobose, Omotaye, Omobose, please. Thank you. Omobose, please. Omotaye.
Start a video.
Put on your video, please. Can we move to Temi? Okay, go ahead, Omotaye. Omotaye. Can you unmute yourself and talk?
Yeah, I didn't want to use video. Professor Asante, thank you for, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you for this session, and I really appreciate it. First thing, I just want to make some clarification regarding the statement made about it really earlier. I think it's unfair to represent a relay's position, not you, the person that made the comment, about the relay on alienation, because you actually wrote African Imagination, which is far more widely read and perhaps closer to Afrocentricity than in praise of alienation. I just wanted people to know that the relay was more varied and he kept moving his positions before he died. The question I have is, I accept your criticism of Afropolitanism, but could Afropolitanism be assimilated as an acceptable study of the struggle of Black life in a Black Studies department? Two, if Africology is taught, like I do many times, where I teach outside of Temple, as a critical or central part of Black Studies, will that be wrong?
No, I think that there is a possibility. Two things I want to say. I think, first of all, I want to appreciate you for making the statement about Abiola Ereli, whom I knew very well from the 1970s. So, and I was amazed at that comment because I didn't know that part of him. So I just knew he was an incredible scholar. But I just want to say that no, I think that that so long as we see ourselves as the center of our narrative and as agents in the world, not on the margins of anybody, any other cultures. I mean, we're not marginal people. We're not spectators to what's going on in the world. We are ourselves actors. And as long as we do that, I think we can incorporate many different varieties of African thinking.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Temitope Fagunwa. Fagunwa. Mr. Fagunwa, please.
Please start a video.
Can we move to Jim Paris while Mr. Fagunwa is organizing himself? Jim Paris. Jim, please. Shegun, can you enlighten Jim Paris? Can we go to Taraka Ade? Taraka Ade, please. Taraka. Taraka, you having problems? Unmute yourself. It's not from our end, it's your end. Temitope, are you ready? Jim Paris? Taraka? Temitope, are you ready? Fagunwa? Unmute Shegun. Shegun, is it from our own end or their own end? Shegun. Give us a moment, please. Temitope, can you talk now, please? Jim Paris, Taraka. Please, Jim Paris, go ahead.
Oh, hello. Apologies, I was somehow not being allowed to it's said by the host. Thank you, everybody, and especially thank you, Professor Asante. It really is an honor to be speaking to you directly. I have a question from my research. My thesis was on the topic of African aesthetics, and during that, I guess having to at times translate into continent, make connections with continental philosophy. But I was also found the work of a particular philosopher and person of historical import at the time of African independence, Leopold Senghor. And now that I'm discovering what an immensely important, a powerful scholar of pan-Africanism you are, I would really especially prize to have this opportunity to get your direct take on Leopold Senghor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I was fortunate to meet Leopold Senghor and Aimé Césaire, and also Damas from the school, from the Negritude school. In terms of Leopold Senghor, I think that he was a brilliant man. I do believe, however, there was confusion because for him, the idea of aesthetics was almost separate from the rest of life. It seemed to me to be that way. I may be wrong, but he, along with the other students at the University in Paris, when they created the movement with the mimeographing of the paper Pigments, I think it was called, they were trying to respond to the notion that the French were promoting, that somehow European aesthetics was sort of the universal standard for beauty and for aesthetics. And so they wrote and they spoke about the beauty of Africa. My question often in regards to Senghor was whether or not he believed that would flow into every other aspect of African life. But he was certainly a brilliant poet and a brilliant writer. And I think it's important. I just want to say one piece, which is not about Senghor, but about the work on African aesthetics. The ground of African aesthetics must come again from the classical African tradition of Nefer, which is the concept of that's used for the beautiful and the good in ancient Kemet, because that concept will give us an African understanding that beauty and good are the same thing. And that is one of the dissertations of one of my former students was on the ancient African ideal of Nefer, of beauty, of good. It's the same thing. But we wouldn't get that necessarily if we were just to rely on the European notions, because they would tell us that they're separate things. But anyway, that's my answer.
Fagoa, please.
Fagoa.
Go ahead.
Yes, Prof. Can I be heard?
Go ahead.
Oh, yes, it was saying earlier on that the host will have to unmute me. So apologies for that error. I want to thank Professor Falola firstly for this initiative, and also to say Hotep to Professor Asante, who happens also to be our international representative of the Afrocentricity International. By the way, Prof, I'm the unity for the Nigerian chapter of the Afrocentricity International. Hopefully, we could have a discussion around, how best we can then strengthen the forces within the African continent, and, furthering the works of the Afrocentricity International. Prof, I would like to ask, because for all what we've been discussing so far, which I've been able to, extremely, benefit from the interventions and also from the positions that have been shared, is that can we really separate scholarship from the power relations or from the dominance of, power itself? By power, I mean politics, because for what I know, we cannot discuss scholarship without understanding the base and how, power itself determines, the production of knowledge itself. As it has been, shared, as it has been, made mention of earlier on, there seems to be the notion that the field of African studies itself is not really indifferent to the, dominant influences of Western politics itself, and I'm saying this because recently we have this publication by Caroline Davis, and I consider that publication to be extremely important because the author exposed how the CIA, was able to control or was able to infiltrate, publishing houses and also our important, the works of our important scholars around the 1960s, through grants, through support and what have you, therefore controlling the narrative. So I'm saying that as scholars, as African studies proponents, is it really possible for us to come up with our own, interesting and, Afrocentric narratives without not necessarily, confronting the power that be, those that have done monopolized power and those that are really saying that it has got to be Western narrative, that the narrative has got to be Western narrative. And I'm also using this opportunity to challenge, our scholars, who are deeply involved in Afrocentrism, that there is a necessity for us to see ourselves as organic intellectuals. And I'm saying this because, Chekata Diop had done mention this, that we cannot really exist without not connecting to the ordinary people on the streets. We cannot connecting our works, our submissions, about African studies to the rank and file of members of our society, because it is by so doing that we'll be able to create that necessary base. So my question really is about we as activist scholars or as scholars, as Afrocentric scholars, is it really possible for us to exist without not, really having it at the back of our minds that we must necessarily, as we walk this path, confront the power that be, as much as we are interested in the production of, Afrocentric knowledge?
Okay, well, I will try to give short answers because I know you guys are not, but I am probably growing tired. So let me just be as quickly, do this as quickly as possible. I agree with you, number one. First, power is important, but there are various kinds of power. There's political power, there's economic power, there's cultural power, and there is moral power. So power is important. So it's necessary that we have it. But I think that as far as we are concerned as Afrocentrists, that our power is derived from the fact that once we align ourselves with truth, righteousness, justice, the whole concept of ma'at, once we align ourselves with that, the ordinary masses of our people will see that these are the products that are worthwhile, and these are the ones that are valuable, and these are the ones that can sustain us. So I would like to say, so in basic agreement with you, that I think power is important, but the question of gaining power, how do we gain power, is important. The fact of the matter of your prelude is correct. The CIA, the FBI, and probably the intelligence organizations of all other national actors have always worked on African people. And they're working on us today. They're working on us all the time. So we should just be I normally think of that all the time. I mean, that's obviously the case. So in the 1960s, remember in the 1960s, they were in our classrooms, and they're probably in our classrooms today. Thank you very much.
We'll take the last question. Please, Taraka Ade.
Thank you, Dr. Falola, for having this wonderful lecture series. I'm really actually not going to be long at all. My question is going to be very short. And the question to you is, what in your estimation have African scholars and Africologists in particular missed in terms of innovation? What should we be innovative about in terms of our theories and our activism?
Wow, boy, that sounds like a question from somebody who's been in one of my classes. Just really happy that Ade would ask me some question like that. Wow, to stump me, right? To get the professor confused on the last question. He's going to ask that, right? Okay. It's good to see you, Dr. Ade.
See you as well.
Okay, I think that here's what I think we should do in terms of our innovations. I really think that we've got to go back to African womanism, the whole question of the complementarity between men and women. I think we need to be much more assertive in that area. I think that African scholarship has to take on gender, but from always the standpoint of the classical African civilization. And we've got to also, number two, we've also got to assert the notion of humanity rather than the false biological notion of race. And I think that those two things, if we take on the question of African womanism and we take on the question of the asserting of humanity, we will be getting somewhere because that would put us on the very frontiers to attack the whole question of the racial ladder that has been established since the 15th century. Once we can do that, we take down the ladder and we see human beings alongside each other, not Europe overarching everybody else and setting itself up as a universal standard of the world.
Thank you very much. Some of us will join as early as 10 o'clock. Most of you join at 11. Whether you join at 10 or 11, we're about to close this major conversation. I would like to talk on Professor W.E.B of Oswego University in Buffalo to thank all of you on behalf of the Toyin Falola interview. Professor W.E.B. W.E.B. Please go ahead.
Mine is a very simple task of saying thank you. I would have just left it at that, but I would say, firstly, I want to say a very big thank you. And I think the very big thank you I'm offering is not enough for Professor Asante for sparing so much of his valuable time to be with us here today. Without him, this crowd of over 100 participants would not have gathered to listen and to make this interview session a success. Like I said, we just can't thank you enough. A big, big thank you and congratulations. I'm sure and I know that every one of us have taken one or two things from all these discussions home, especially for those who are not very much into Afrocentricity and Africology and all other theories relating to Africa. Secondly, I wish to also thank all the participants who took time to be here. It's been a long, long day. They've left various other assignments to enjoy Professor Asante's talk. And finally, I say a big thank you to Professor Falola, who initiated this whole interview series, which we've been enjoying, and it has been of immense benefit to many of us who teach in the class. And I hope we'll be able to have these interviews, especially this one on YouTube and other social media, so that we'll be able to exploit and utilize them for our own teaching. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. And if you've traveled or you're home, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Asante, you've disappeared. Hello? Sorry, you disappeared for a moment. I need to thank, on your behalf, various platforms, because the way this works is that we connect the Zoom to various platforms. There is one platform that relays it live on television, so that the way we do it, we've used this Zoom to feed other platforms. And the number of those who watch it is so high. The last one before this, 4.7 million people watched it in various countries. We were surprised the last one, thousands of people from Eastern Europe. We do not usually know the number until the various platforms begin to give us their numbers, because through Restream technology, we connect to various platforms. But none has been less than 50,000 people, so that we also have to thank them in terms of some people prefer to watch it on Facebook because it's streamed live. Some people on YouTube. I thank all of you. We are very grateful. In October, we'll be interviewing a journalist who worked for Ovation. She is a founder of Ovation. Dele Mamadou is his name. We'll be talking about the survival of African languages, endangered languages. And finally, we'll be interviewing the Mailafia for you, one of the most famous Yoruba kings, who will talk about kingship institutions over time. Thank you all. Greetings, and we are very blessed that you are able to be with us. And I apologize for the technical difficulty, because very early on, some people bombed us. They were not allowing us to admit people as a way to sabotage this program. But we survived it. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Falola. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Very powerful. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.